Guys, welcome back to another session. Today, we actually, get out of this opportunity.
Never. You're all mine forever.
It only
I
lasts a
like
month.
trees.
We either get through it or the train runs through by the end of it, and oh dear.
We haven't spent that much time here yet.
There's
We've been pretty quick
technically
about our
an
other things.
undefined number of time we are here. Which day are we on? I know we still should have plenty of time, but
I think we've
You're
even
not
spent a week.
sure what day you're on.
Yeah, I think seven. I think seven's correct because we took pretty much 2 days at the very beginning, and then it was like 5 days we were trying to do these stumps for. Because I remember Casey was like, "All right, let's spend a whole day, contemplating our pinnacle chop for what we're trying to do with the
Yep.
with
To figure out what I'm gonna do to hit them.
So I'm on the same track as Casey there. So we have 3 weeks left.
let's see. So lads, I don't know what it truly means to understand what the spirit is. It's not something I've ever successfully understood or quite comprehended what I was doing, if ever. Do you guys know?
Not really sure. I have some ideas, but I'm not a very spiritual person myself. At least I wasn't.
The only thing that I can think of that has shown results and has done anything to the shadow, or well, that I have done that has created results or reaction with shadow in any way was creating the shrine. And to which I think that there is a level of spirit symbolism with the creation of the shrine. But I don't know what I'm doing. But I think some prayers might theoretically create something.
Perhaps. Though I don't know if that's the idea. Because I used something that could touch it, that was inherently spiritual or non-physical in nature, and that didn't seem to get a reaction out of the tree, which would mean if a prayer can reach it, then that also probably isn't a physical phenomena. At least not apparently. I'd say give it a go, though. Couldn't hurt to try. We've got plenty of time.
Also, with it being a new, do you guys think we should check out the tree, the special tree area?
Have
The
we
vacation
gotten
spot.
anything
the
out of that? But I guess we could try.
Never know. Might be something we actually want to fight.
I'm not going to join you this time.
Neither am I. Could be
Okay.
dangerous.
Well, it's just
And
last time it almost killed me, so I think might be a good idea not to then.
Every
could be
second
unrewarding
counts,
as well.
is what I'm thinking right now on this opportunity to finish off the last piece.
What counts?
Every second counts.
Well, sure. Theoretically, you could also say that one of the last seconds has something, if it counts.
What I'm trying to say is focus your efforts on this last part of the opportunity instead of trying something
Oh yeah,
different.
yeah. No, I'm trying to understand what spirit can do, or how to use, or what it is, all that. Okay. So, well, I think prayer maybe will do something. But what did everybody else have in what they were going to try?
Already tried adding my voice to it, or just using my voice, but that seemed to not get the result we're looking for. I think that's because it's inherently esoteric and could already hit the shadow tree. Much like the Qigong I tried as well, I suppose.
I guess we could try the Qigong machine.
That might be a little bit much, don't you think?
Well, my thoughts so far, after this long contemplation, is intent is probably one of our keys here. I think being able to attack or sever the connection upon the physical world. But I also remember that one of the key things here is trying to use your physical aspect that you have to try and interact with the metaphysical. And we already know that paracausal or metaphysical aspects will do what we want. We know that doing damage to the tree is like us baby cultivators trying to attempt something like V, for example. It is a shadow sovereign of the forest, and it is quite powerful. That's aka 7 magnitudes of damage is needed to actually do something to these trees. Thoughts we could do is try to interact with its metaphysical sense of its connection to this physical plane. So we already know that these trees are its puppets in a sense. We could try and sever the connection that it has by either cutting the strings in a sense, which is something I would like to attempt, or trying to take something away from it, like make it have a reaction. Like it doesn't want to lose its little puppets. It's the things it's been collecting. That's how it gains more power. So that might get a reaction out of it. Try to interact with something that's important. But we also know that it is interacting with the physical through these things. So if we can do that, that might be helpful. And I think the last thing that I could bring up is that our spirit is related to mechanically certain characteristics. If we can utilize those characteristics in a way to interact with the spirit, that might come in handy. But I still think intent sorry, this is what I wanted to bring up. An item might also count as the last thing we might be able to do, because an item is not a one-time resource, and it also is something physical. So I was thinking like not like a talisman or something like that, but some way to I guess be your crutch or something that you can utilize that way. So that's been my thought process so far on this problem we have run into.
I already tried intent. Rather, I tried doing what we did with the other trees to cut them down, and that seemed to not do anything.
I think it's the wordplay as well here. I used something as well. I said I am fated to hit, but I'm just hitting the shadow sovereign at this point. We're not trying to hit the shadow sovereign. We're trying to hit its hold on the physical.
I see.
I still question why they don't want us to just rip it up at the roots. Because to me, that is attacking its hold on the physical. It doesn't stop it, and arguably, I question whether or not the shadows of the trees just get taller. Like, you rip everything out, and so all of the strength either goes back to the main body, and that's why they don't want the shadow tree, or they don't want us ripping them all out, because it's already the whole forest. We don't know where the body is, and it would just get stronger.
Liron, do you
taller.
remember why we should not take away the stumps?
Yes, because it is tethered by the stumps.
Exactly.
Yeah, so isn't that its physical connection to the real world? Or to the physical world, anyways?
It's a way to slow it down, is the whole point of the stump, and that's why we decided to keep them.
So, like, it could just up and move after? Is that what you're saying? Like, we rip out all the other stumps and it just moves?
Well, if there's no place for it to go, we don't know where it would go. At least we wouldn't. I don't know if the Sword Elder does.
I Okay, so it just up and leaves, and then the safety net that we've created with, or what that was created with the railway of owl. Um, so, okay. I
Yeah.
will back up a little bit.
Another thing you can think of is how spirits and ghosts are usually attached to the physical. Why are they here in the first place? What allows them to be here? So I think stumps is a great idea, especially like how a ghost might have attachment to an object per se, and that's the reason why it still proceeds in the physical in a sense, or is able to interact with us. The other thing I thought of is that it was brought up when the spirit interacts with you, you don't have any way to defend yourself. It will go directly to your spirit, bypassing your physical defenses. So, having a way to bolster your physical defenses in a metaphysical aspect might be one way we can solve this problem. Um, but that is the tricky question. How do we do that? Do we research it? Do we use this time we have left to find a solution that way? Anyway, that's what I have. Go ahead, Chun Po.
I don't exactly have anything better, so 3 weeks to research and try to understand spirit. Yeah, and the only thing I can think of is try to pray to Tree Buddy, or not Tree Buddy, but Sturdy Lad, and just see if I can, whether or not it was intent or just reaching out, might be able to have the spirit of Tree Buddy show me something. Or I'm just talking to a dead tree, and that's all.
The only thing I want to say is that you're using this specifically for the tree, but this should be a generic way of solving this and blossoming your talent, because it's not just going to be for trees or shadows in a sense. We're going to be applying this to a lot of different metaphysical aspects. So praying to whatever individual every time, I don't think is the right call here. At least that's what my intuition is telling me.
Maybe it has something to do with our truth. Maybe if you believe it is true, that whatever you swing at, you will hit. Maybe that's what is necessary.
I mean, Tao has been the first two. Why wouldn't it be also part of the third. Weaponizing your Tao. That was around us all. And just able to be interacted in ways we are starting to understand.
Yes.
Um, let's see, I got, because it's a new session. I forgot about this. I would like to try and use a martial insight to see if my idea of trying to pray to, or if prayer has any sort of spirit effect. Got two, so now I'm done the fan.
So an enlightenment.
Martial insight, I believe.
Oh, an insight. All right.
Yeah.
Kind of, but that's rather unhelpful. So, the shrine works, so that is an indicator that something's working or something applies.
Gotcha. Uh, I would like to spend a day, and I will spend a full day meditating on how memory affects spirit, or if memory affects spirit at all. And possibly what that means, and I will. That's my chop tree. So that I will sit, meditate, and see if prayer to sturdy lad gets any response.
As in like additional prayers to sturdy lad.
Yes, meditation and trying to understand memory, and then if anything comes from that, I would like to put in prayer as well and see what, if anything, happens.
What are you praying for?
Mm, What about the martial insight, or well, not that, the meditation? Does anything even, well, that's
No, I mean like, what are you praying? Because you're saying you're
yeah.
applying prayer.
Well, yes. I guess just sturdy lad. Are you out there? Are you there? Or can you even respond to me in a way that I even understand? Because you're totally a tree, but you're a cultivator. So,
Does not seem to be a response.
Chun Po, in his meditations of memory, does his best to remember Sturdy Lad as the cultivator that he saw and understood that he wanted to chop down. Chun Po wanted to prove to himself that he could at least take on Sturdy Lad. It looked like a solid tree that he wanted to measure himself against. And a certain naivety that he had of, I can do this, this is going to be not just fun, but this is going to be something, I'm going to feel great about it, and understanding how much it took to actually take down Sturdy Lad, and the mentality and the realization that it's not just a tree. And he's going to try and keep and envision and to an extent internalize the memory of Sturdy Lad, and then try and talk or pray and and say, do you have one more lesson to teach me?
Go ahead and roll me Gestalt.
Alrighty. No rest bonus?
No. When's the last time you read the?
Just like extra 3%. I like that. Flesh or
What did you have with your coffee?
Just the milk. 3%.
Just one roll.
Yes.
Yeah, man, just roll one.
Nope.
Can I throw a fate point on his way? No lucky bonus though. I could just give you a reroll.
Yeah, rerolls will work.
Ready? Let's see. Um, given lucky bonus?
No.
No. What?
Just
What
a D100 again.
I know, but like for notes' sake within chat,
Mm.
you are giving me what again? To
I'm
reroll.
letting you. I'm giving you a fate point. You could use your own fate point too. You're more than welcome to.
I got
I was
that.
just. I was just saying I could give you a reroll. Maybe roll yours and then you could roll another one off me. I don't know because you can't do it twice. So try that first. Just try using one of yours.
Alrighty. Let's see. Third point. Oh, dang it.
Good try.
Yeah.
Well, Lar gotcha, man. You click that button one more time. It's gonna be like a yeah.
Yep. Not quite. As awesome as that would have been. We're working with single digit percentages. Well.
Well, guess what? It wasn't fated to be. You'll have to try something different.
Mm.
It was a good try though. I like the attempt.
Yes.
Chun Po thinking on what regret feels like, and thinking on understanding that he did it, that he got the opportunity, and even the second one, and theoretically he could walk away right now. Feels like it's a disrespect to not keep trying for every second, and bows to the shrine of Sturdy Lad and sets off determined to at least get something out of, to get everything that he can, but also something from this, so that he proves that the memory, or proves memory has something to do with it. Or just succeed, because he's got to do it for Sturdy Lad. But technically, I think I'm a day ahead now.
You spent a whole day praying?
I spent a day meditating and then trying to pray.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you
yeah.
would be a day ahead then if you said that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened in the meditations, but I think the attempt was good. But I'm not sure where to go next.
Hmm. Well, I'm still unsure what else to try. I tried putting my Tao into it, which I suppose is inherently esoteric, so it's not quite what we're looking to get out of it.
Liron, I'm still under the assumption that you hitting the Shadow Sovereign was a good attempt, but not the aspect of what you're trying to achieve. So
Yes, I need to hit it with the physical, is the idea. Oops. Hmm. You have any other ideas, La?
one thing I'm thinking about right now is my aura. I have a Fate and Tribulation aura that I could possibly, instead of just extending outwards and trying to incorporate that, maybe I bring it inwards in a sense and have it extend and concentrate over my body instead of outwards. Maybe putting
Perhaps.
tribulation around it in a way to metaphysically or physically hit it or be able to touch it. Um, that's one thought I have for myself. That would not use resources, or besides a fatigue, I guess it would use a fatigue to does use a fatigue every time. But I can reduce that. It's not an unmagated, so it's not like it's a big resource.
Give it a go.
Um, I think I'm going to do research though for this, and trying to uh, find a way using this technique of my aura, so concentrated in. So I guess the research purpose is to um, condense my aura, bringing it inwards instead of extending it outwards, concentrating my spirit around my physical. Utilizing the tribulation aspect and fate to give me a sort of barrier or um, sort of metaphysical spiritual barrier instead of just an extension of aura. So condensing aura, I guess, is what I'm thinking of right now. So I'll spend a week researching that. I think that's what my first process will be.
You know what you need to do? The research
Yeah.
thing goes in the chat.
No. Yeah, I know.
And then, of course, like how you're going to go about doing it. What about Lie of the Rons? Ron Lie.
Hmm. So I tried doing my voice, which did not take resources. It just didn't get a response out of it.
That's the response you get.
Allie.
Did that work, by the way?
No.
Oh,
What Allie
darn.
didn't work.
Oh, that's too
Shoot.
bad.
I thought it had merit. Okay. Well,
Always.
Hmm. we've tried hopes and prayers. I guess unsuccessfully, but. And then. I could try insulting it. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, you! You can't even hold yourself up on your own stump! Fellowship test and use my sound Dow dissing on it. Which doesn't take a resource, because I got a thing that made it not take one. Cause emotional damage. It's performance. That probably isn't a performance check. Hold on. Remove all of these boxes.
You feel the insult, just like the other attempts of connection, travel down the root system.
Just
Unfortunately,
get lost.
it's a little too big and it gets lost. But you're pretty sure even that would have been successful if the tree wasn't so dang big.
Yeah,
Oh.
I feel like you're overextending yourself. Try to, instead of go for the
Do
whole thing,
less.
go for the puppet itself, the connection it has.
Oh.
And that's not the
Oh.
full way down. That's only partial because we can see that part, right? It's like cutting off a finger instead of cutting off the whole body.
Fair. Then I'll direct my insult at just the shadow tree. You're just a puppet. You're not even a whole thing. You couldn't even stand on your own. Just at that. There. Wait. Oh, that's because it's a fellowship and not a performance. Oh, why is that the same amount?
The world may never know.
Close enough. Directing my insult at the limb itself. Look at it. Can't even exist without being part of something bigger.
It doesn't respond.
I don't know how to focus just on the one thing. Well, I do, actually. At least my vision. What are you two doing? Huh? Too big. I wonder if... No. Going to sit and think about how to make my insults more pointed and not directed towards the whole tree because it just went down the whole thing. Or how to isolate my attempted attacks. I've got a few different examples of when I used energy, it just spread out through the whole thing. So I'll spend a week of trying to figure out how to focus my energy externally, that is, into a specific point.
That research.
Yep. Hmm.
All right, we got 2 people a week in addition to the week in, so 2 weeks. Poe, you have 6 days to catch up now.
Shit.
Has the river recovered? Like, is there water there again?
Slowly. It's like a trickle.
Like a trickle. Well, I guess this
Filling
could
back
help
in.
the situation.
Hmm. I do not know how to tackle building this.
Why not?
Uh, well, I don't know
You
what
got this.
the heck is. Ah, Chun Po, sit and think of what it means to poison spirit. But then remembers he has a shortcut and his ever handy always bugs somebody poison of the 5 delusions, 9 grandeurs, and knows that that'll do it, but that's not the point. How to just do it himself. And I don't think that he can fully grasp what the 5 delusion, 9 grandeurs actually is. It 5 delusion, 9 grandeurs, or 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs?
Second one. 9 delusions, 5
9 to
grandeurs.
5. Okay.
9 to
Um,
5.
yeah. Uh, Chunpo, I doubt even grasps while he's just like, it probably can poison spirit, but I don't know how because I'm not there yet. Um, Memory's got something to do with it. Or I think memory has something to do with it. Chunpo sits and meditates on how the shadow tree looks right now. How the forest, how large the forest is, how many trees are there, and tries to piece together and internalize just how large that tree looks, or tries to think of what it either could or hey, that's a difficult one. Tries to use his gut to imagine and picture what the tree actually looks like through the memory of all the other trees, how they look currently, because they do look distinct, and really takes like a deep look into the shadows around him. And tries to take it all in. Actually, I don't know. I don't think anybody's also just stared at the shadow for a while to see what it
True.
has. So I will also be looking deeply into just one tree and looking at the shadow itself and seeing if I can see any similarities in between then two trees. Seeing what parts are the shadow that is the tree that was standing there before, the memory of that tree, and what is the true essence of like, well, this is the shadow tree. That was the tree that was here, but the shadow aspect of it all is this.
Sure. It's a shame we don't have insight.
I'll slap an insight down right now. I'm just feeling.
So
I mean,
I will be.
you can use adapt to buy.
What do you mean?
And then
I have a martial
this-
insight.
Okay. Oh yeah, you can use that.
Is that what you meant? Or
No, I meant as in like a skill.
oh, well, shit.
Insignitions.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that
that's
could
the
work.
closest thing that I've ever seen. Technically, what was it? I think logic is supposed to be like the next closest insight thing to like get from point A to point B.
Sure.
Okay. Then just straight logic. Bang it.
What'd you
Well,
get?
success plus 12.
Nice.
See, I thought when you said my will, I realized that's where the and should be, but I was just like me?
So I'm just pouring the water now. You know I need my go juice.
Go, go, go! Get to the T site.
Okay, that makes sense as well now that I'm reading it.
You can also pray more. Like just because it doesn't work one time, like doesn't mean you can't try again. Like you've taken a day, that's a time crunch. So Matt, that's when way Matt can be like, hey, you're spending time on this. You're not just like clicking the button every time just to make it work. Because if you didn't have a time attached to it, there'd be no, I guess, impact. I guess that's the word I'm looking for on what you're trying to do. Just because the god doesn't answer your prayer once doesn't mean you can't continue to try asking.
You know what they say. If at first you don't succeed, you fail. Wait, hold
And
on.
eventually you'll succeed. You just gotta believe it.
Yeah, I gotta believe it.
Be nervous.
All right. Me and my little snake tea pet. We're on a journey.
On a trip in our favorite rocket stop.
Yes. Okay. So you're looking at the stuff.
Yes.
Uh, hmm. Roll me a gestalt because I'm that guy.
Close.
Closer.
Closer, yeah.
So you can roll again, or I will let you use a fate point.
Is it tumbleweeds? Yeah,
If only. I don't think Matt will allow us to use tumbleweeds on a Gestalt roll, even though it is a characteristic.
Yeah, but it's a bonus. It isn't a. It doesn't change the roll itself.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen a couple players attempt to affect the Gestalt roll with tumbleweeds. They have to figure it out how to do that in game. But it would add a +1.
A +1? Okay, well then that's...
What about a
this is-
1.5 since I have Tumbleweed Herder?
Well, since it always rounds down.
So
back to 1?
I'm not hearing a no.
Again, you have to have
Gotta
it.
try it. Yeah, I
You
gotta
gotta
try it.
figure it out in game, which also might require you passing a Gestalt roll.
All right, I
This
will
is
do
my
that for you
last.
right
Yeah,
now.
well, I was about to say this is my last fate point, so, or at least for this session. So it's just like, alrighty.
You only have 2?
Yeah, one of them got well, one of them got poisoned, and then one of them got destroyed. So it's
I mean, you still
kind
have
of
the poison one, right?
I believe so. Here, is it? Spirit bone plus heart.
Didn't he give that to somebody to study?
No, Lar gave one to Poe to study. I think.
Correct.
Yes.
Only 3 months ago. No problem.
But yeah, and I do still have that poison fate point, and I do have it written down. It's 1 of 1.
Matt, I would like to use a tumbleweed on Chun Po's Gestalt roll.
Gestalt roll.
Oh yeah! All right, I'm going to use a fate point to roll lower than a 54.
I heard you like Gestalt, so that I put Gestalt in your Gestalt. So you can Gestalt while you Gestalt.
And then I will use another fate point with twin fate to roll lower than a 24.
What number are you looking
You
for?
have to get 3 or less.
Damn it.
Not a 21.
You did progress 3 or less on your roll probability.
All right, let's do this. Let's do yeah. Oh, good, I got one back.
The shenanigans.
That's okay.
I would like to use a. Oh, never mind.
I will
Get to it when
go
you get to my
ahead.
research.
I don't think I will need any. I will use this fate point otherwise, so I will go ahead as well and use that fate point to 1d100. Nope. Okay. Yep. There we go.
Matt, I would like to use a tumbleweed on his fate point roll.
Gestalt roll -1.
Nice. So it's a 2 or less. I got a 2 in there, but no.
All right.
Yeah.
Pizza.
Ooh, we like pizza. Pizza.
Does my installment into my Tao point into my third eye chakra allow me to perceive anything that could be considered dangerous poisons from the tree? Does it allow me to see anything new?
Well, you roll me a initiative, Tommy.
All right. Five
Okay.
or success plus 5.
Combining a little bit of logic and a little bit of your cognitions along with your third eye. And you're a bit of a protagonist. Right.
Yeah.
So we're going to combine a little all 3. Let me know if you want to spend a protect point 2 to enhance the effect.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
At this point, I do believe I want that.
You get a bit of a vision, the connection to Sturdy Boy and the encroaching power here. This Shadowfell gets you a little bit of kind of an anime protag kind of out of body vision, and it moves a little too fast to follow. But you do know this tree is from before the Primordial Age. Still the same God's era, but this tree has survived the transition from the age before, because that's when it was brought into existence. It then survived that era, the entirety of the Primordial era, and all the way up through the Bustling World. So it's a pretty potent creature. It's not the first time many have tried to fell the tree or interact with the tree. Interacting with it through the prayer. The tree does observe ritual. So you're basically interacting with its Tao by putting up a shrine. The shrine doesn't even have to have any manifesting like will left in it. It just has to be ritualistic in its construction, and it has to mean something. If the shrine is well built and well meant, then it's the Tao of the tree that won't interact with the shrine and whatever the shrine's for. So technically, a cairn of carefully stacked and chosen rocks, like a well done cairn, it'll respect even that. So kind of strange in its approach. Kind of a respect for the dead type of thing. Not sure the Tao. But the reason it's predatory in this age is everyone has the wrong ritualism to interact with its Tao. So it slips through the cracks of everything. The rules of engagement have changed since the era it was born in. Then the Primordial Age and the Bustling World era, which is the one you're in. The rules are so very different, at least on the path. So this particular tree is very unrestricted. You can even consider it one of the like a destructive tree in that category. But this one is reaching out from the Star Forest. It's so big, and you're not sure where. Yeah.
I think that let's see, I think I rolled Gestalt for that one. I didn't use an insight, but I would like to use an insight here. I gotta keep better track of writing those down. Insight used. I would like to use this insight to understand it respects ritual. It isn't quite the same, and I think that is almost forgotten knowledge, or theoretically, and trying to use an insight to grasp and understand what of the ritual is, what part of creating the shrine is something that he's at least looking for to see if the shadow tree seems to be observing and respecting and wants to see if we do something. And so I want to try and understand which parts get the shadow tree excited, or like any reaction of like, yes, you are close. And sorry, that's a lot.
No, you're pretty sure the tree doesn't even know you're here, let alone interacting with it.
Oh, okay. But the shrine, the ritual and shrine creating, it observes? Or is it just
More like the text.
Okay.
This is why the rules of this the Bustling World are particularly unhelpful against this creature, because at the very far-reaching tips of its roots, which are the grasping tendrils, it really doesn't, on a scale, detect small things. It
I
only
gotcha. It's
it's
so damn big that it doesn't care, and these are just the fingertips of, oh wow, that might have burned a little bit, but it's not so big that it bothers it.
and there's not enough ritual or metaphor or representation or foreshadowing. There's a lot of um, meaning in a lot of things are devoid. You're now in a more material approach of the spiritualistic path.
Like the railroad, which does
Like
stop it.
But they've stopped it through a high level of construction, and
And force.
you're pretty sure they also used an incredible level of will and intent in the construction to contain the thing. And as long as it's in operation, it'll continue to contain it because if it checks too many boxes. So, and it detects not through sense but through Tao. So it's kind of like an earthworm. It's just if it runs into a rock, it goes around, or
Okay.
it ignores it.
And the railway is closer to like a, well, electrical wall, I think.
Uh,
Or
it's kind of, I wouldn't say electrified, but more of it's something that would push it back.
repulsive wall.
Yeah, some sort of repulsor.
Um, hmm. That is very interesting to think of the Western and Eastern styles of how they would have dealt with this, because from what I can tell, then the Bustling World seems to be a very large representation of Western style.
So it's kind of strange. The Bustling World has turned the Western style more Eastern and the Eastern style more Western. It's the modernization. And the Western style is all about being as modern as possible, but the Bustling World has helped them develop spiritualism.
But it's
But vice versa, the Eastern style is so devoid of modernization and the common maths, everything's spiritual, that they've become modernized, as you can see in the cities and whatnot.
and because of that, their spirit is different.
Not necessarily. It's just the way they approach day to day. Everything's materialistic. Everything is devoid of the ritual of harvest and building it and putting your craftsman's mark or will into the item. Like there's a lot of deeper levels of spiritualism and metaphor missing. Craftsmen aren't going to make one of a kind items when they could make 1,000 low grade items and sell them for incredible profit. They're all cookie cutter. There's no deeper meaning in anything that most of these groups do.
I think we need a mass funeral. An en masse funeral for most of the trees here.
A remembrance.
Yes. And I think like so much so we go outside, we start at the beginning, we put on the, well, what would be shrine priests and what would, I don't think we have any shrine maidens, but the aspect of blessing, praying for, and remembering the forest, I think that could get a reaction.
Again, you're still probably missing the lesson. This one's going to be definitely the harder ones because you can still get a reaction. Is it the right one from the right source?
And that's the thing. When you say, well, okay, the right reaction, we want him to retaliate actively.
React, not necessarily
Yeah.
retaliate.
Well, he reacted by disappearing from nothing, and that wasn't it.
Yeah, that's because that was cheating.
But that it was also nothing was gained as well.
Yeah, nothing was gained when I used nothing.
So, a ritual that we should actively be gaining something from
I think
him.
the metaphor used already about an earthworm and a rock, I think, is really good here. Let's not be the rock anymore. Let's be something else that can touch it and then it have a reaction for it. Like, oh, I'm not just going to go around anymore. I have to talk with this thing, or I need to uh, feel it out, or I need to notice it's there instead of just an automated reaction. Be like, oh, I'm just going to go around.
So we need to be either an earthworm or because, like, in that regard, if we're food to the earthworm, I think it's a bad reaction.
It's still a reaction, though. It's not. You're no longer just a stationary thing within this river. You
Yes,
are
but
something it needs to think about instead of just being like, oh, I'm just going to go around.
yes, but I think it would try to eat us immediately.
Well, that's why we run the fuck away, or have some way to defend yourself.
Sure, yeah. And then so we're trying not to be food. So what would it interact? What would a worm interact with? And this is getting too deep into the worm aspect, but what would we want to be for it to interact with us that we gain something? Like another worm or a fellow cultivator?
You can think of it like how we originally thought about this process. What are we trying to do? We're trying to find a way for, as a physical being, to interact with the metaphysical. How do you do that? How do we do it in the future? How can we continue this blossoming talents of like, hey, I can do this now when we're not spiritual level cultivators yet? We're not within the spiritualization tier of our being, which would make this super simple. We're on checkpoint 2 opportunity. Or sorry, checkpoint 2 zone 1 opportunity. And this isn't something that a lot of cultivators can do.
And that is fair. But oh, we got this though. We can do it.
Yes.
Um oh shit, I'm still 5 days behind you guys. Fuck. Uh spiritually be anything other than a rock.
You could be a dwarf metal guitarist.
It was pretty metal.
Yeah, because you'd rock.
And stone.
Rock.
Rock and stone, brother. Uh well,
Hopefully, I've done pun damage to all of you.
Nope.
Damn.
I've been working on my defenses, my spiritual defenses.
Yeah, I've got my reinforcements up.
I have put myself through an author that has put puns in every single one of his books in some way, shape, or form, and he's up to book 55. I'm on book 40 something ish.
But
So
you
my
can't really read
pun
into it too much. It's
resistance.
probably pretty surface level.
I totally got it. I respected it. I have not gotten damage from something like that in a minute, but
Did you get my pun?
surface level.
No, I said you can't really read into it too much.
I got it, but he was on another.
Yeah, he was on
Um,
on his path. Maybe we use puns to defeat it.
You already tried that.
Well,
or,
you're
sorry.
using insults. He was using straight insults before, but puns might just piss it off enough.
Right.
Chun Po will go back to the Riveth sturdy lad. Good luck. You sounded like you were about to say something there, Savalar. I apologize.
Nope, just keep trying. You still got 5 days.
Chun Po will spend 5 days just in prayer and trying to be not a rock in the way of the spirit. And we'll work on gathering, well, shit. I don't know if that would work. He creates something from the trees and the just stuff on the ground to anything that he can really find to make it look closer to a shrine and something akin to. I'm looking for something like an incense burner, and I realize that's probably not gonna be a thing, but a level of
Oh,
trying to bring something into all 5 senses for this shrine.
What do people usually do at shrines, Chun Po?
I don't know. I've never been to a shrine.
Really, you've never seen any literature at all, movies or
Pray.
anything, when someone comes to a grave. What do they do?
They usually bow, pray. I've seen a shrine with a large bell. I've seen some people use incense and like burn it before they pray, and
What else?
that's usually all I comprehend of what they're doing.
Okay, you're missing. I can't. Never mind. I won't. I'm not just going to tell you. I thought that was a good hint. There's more to the ritual than what you're just go to a person or a shrine and pray. That's what I'm trying to say.
Uh, I haven't really had to do anything like that. Like, I haven't even really had to look. I've never had to pray at a grave.
Well,
Most
is
of
what it
the
is.
people that I lost were buried very far away from me. But they normally, let's see, it's their pray is a request sometimes. Sometimes guidance, sometimes needing or even just, all right, I'm praying before I leave and going on this quest and praying and hoping for the best. But shrines are, I don't entirely know. And like, if there's a shrine that is a memorial site for, let's say, a battle or something, then I don't know what you pray there for.
Let's use this example. Let's say you're praying to a god of the harvest, in a sense. The people come up and then they do what?
Well, it depends. Sometimes there's sacrifice. Sometimes they give to the god the bounties of the fruits and meats of harvest. Usually there's celebration, depending on whether or not you follow the trailer for the new Divinity game. There's a lovely celebration and sacrifices that are kind of fucked up, but
Yep. Not on topic though, but you
Yep.
you touched on what I'm trying to say to you, and I don't know if it's really helpful per se, but you could try that.
Giving and sacrificing and celebrating.
The first one works great.
Okay.
Usually, when you go to a grave, for example, you'll bring flowers, or if you're going to offer, not just a sacrifice, but just offering up something, a piece of bread, something that this entity that you're kind of thinking to. It's just symbolism of that. That's just really all I was trying to say.
Gotcha. To the memory of Sturdy Lad. Hmm. See, I don't think putting mushrooms or offering mushrooms is necessarily a good idea yet, because I feel like that would get rid of the shrine and would be counterintuitive to offering something to the shrine. And I don't know if offering a Tao point is something that I will. Let me double check and make sure how many I have exactly. Cultivation materials. Okay. I will offer one of my Tao points of life to the shrine as this is obviously something of death, but I wish to remember Sturdy Lad in life and wish to give back life what I can. And I go and pray for 5 days. Do you want a Tao point a day on that? Or I don't know if one is enough.
And
Or
sure, if you wanted to, are you trying to apply it into the shrine?
yes.
Sure.
I want it to be. I'm not trying to be a rock, or and I hope the shrine isn't a rock, and I want it to be something large enough that is responded to by shadow, or by the shadow entity, tree, forest. Meh. Okay, so. Boy. Points use to empower Sturdy Lad Shrine. Um, and 5 days of prayer to the memory and guidance of Sturdy Lad. Okay. Now I should be caught up.
Okay. All right. You guys are all caught up. Let's go to the research.
Shouldn't you take care of Chun Po's first?
Well, he's putting stuff in. He's putting the Dow points.
As offerings, in a sense, for the with this prayer.
You do need to be careful. If you're giving these as offerings, you cannot use these Dow points ever because you're giving them away. So you
I'm
don't.
aware of that aspect, but I don't. Dao seems to be what they and the closest thing to an interaction, and also, yeah, then I have a different worry of it's not supposed to cost anything to get this to for him to react. So I'm also a little lost there.
Well, if you're using Dow points to empower something, or are you? Because you can use it to empower something, but you don't lose it. But if you're gifting or like offering Dow points, that means you're going to be like losing those Dow points into the object, which means you can't use them in a Dow discussion or argument.
No. So, doubt like droplets and points. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
You imagine, like, hey, I'm going to give you all my arguments for the future, and then I'm going to leave and never come back.
That would be. I don't know how the heck you do that. It's just like, all right, here's all the evidence of all the points that I would ever make.
I could see that being an interesting concept, though. It's just like, hey, I'm going to have the discussion with it, and then give points to try and power my prayer. That's a good thought, though. I like that, but I wasn't expecting. Yeah, that's a different perspective.
You know, I had droplets and points like that.
It's a little bit of free insight.
If well, that would that I feel like that would initiate a Dao battle, and then it would just be like, well, I mean, I'm already here. I might as well eat you.
But okay. Yeah, I was just expecting something similar to the last interaction, Matt, and that's why I said that. But we can go back to us, I guess.
Yeah. No major change or feature. You're pretty sure that the Shadow Tree is not going to be taking this dump anytime soon. But unfortunately, Sturdy Lad is long gone because the stump, while important, some of the older trees or the trees themselves usually are within the trunk. Their life essence.
Damn.
So
Yeah,
nice try, though.
I thought Chun Po was just like offering them up and then doing the same prayer he did last time to try to get a Gestalt roll. That's what I thought he was doing, and that's why he spent the 5 days doing it.
Is that what you're looking for? You're looking for another Gestalt roll?
Well, I mean, that seems to be better than not.
But no, like, what were you trying to do originally with this, or were you just being like, I don't know?
This was very much like a level of I don't know, but like I guess I could pray and ask for because I would like to pray and ask for guidance again as
I mean, you wrote it down, right?
of what I put in or the
Yeah,
5
like
days
you
of
said.
prayer.
Yeah, like you said, 5 days of prayer, memory, and
Yeah.
guidance of Sturdy Lad. Yeah, like that's
Yeah.
what you were trying to do.
Yes. I'm trying to ask to see if really any reaction, but I would like to see if I can bring Sturdy Lad the if that is something I can do, but
I own the connection. I heard. I want to bring only Sturdy Lad. So I don't think
gotcha.
that was correct, considering that's what I heard over my headset.
Yeah, no, that wasn't correct. Trying to bring back see if the spirit of Sturdy Lad can communicate with me, or if that is not an aspect of spirit that we are trying to find here, or because I'm throwing everything at the wall and trying to see what sticks.
Okay. This is kind of where you feel that this, the study of the shrine or in trying to empower a shrine, it just further prevents the stump from being grown into. That's kind of all it does at the moment. You've made it a rock, and the earthworm will not take it.
So, prayer. I've created a rock in a way.
Sure,
Just
at
in
least
the
against this
spirit.
creature.
Yeah. So prayer has a way to increase defense?
Not in this modern day and age.
But within the spirit.
Again, it's contingent on 100 different things.
Okay. I have created a rock for this specific worm.
Yes, because it is also sensitive to that particular interaction. But things of this modern era have no care, no respect for usually the things of the spiritual and or representative things. This particular tree is from some of the older eras where you do need to pay attention and respect those representations.
So me paying attention to the representations has allowed me to interact with it, but I've created something it did not want.
It doesn't even know you're there.
Gotcha.
It's not a
Yeah,
matter
okay.
of it doesn't want. It's just the tendrils, which detect things through the Tao, aren't going to interact with this stump. That's all.
Okay, so I am not interacting. I am creating a shrine which is protecting me, but that's closer to what I've done. I have not interacted myself with spirit. I have maybe theoretically, am I channeling spirit then in creating this rock? Shrine, not shrine, tree stump. Ah! Can I do a logic test?
Or
Understanding what my interactions have created within the spirit. And
sure.
okay. Because from what I'm trying to, let's see. Nope. Okay. Success plus 13. Because I feel like I'm close to something, but I'm not entirely sure. Guys, I think we're supposed to pray to the shadow. Or if we use prayer, reach out to the worm itself.
Perhaps.
Also, my fiance is here next to me. I will mute myself for a minute. I will be back.
I suppose that's good timing to go back to the end of the week. I'm sorry for trying to push Chun Po's resolution. I thought he could get something out of it.
Yeah, with your logic, basically, as I've said before, what you've done here is you've empowered a a shrine to prevent the Shadowfell tree from interacting with it and taking over the stump. That's all. The shrine would probably do very little to nothing against anything from the modern, the Bustling World, because they don't respect those old rituals.
Yeah, someone came over and kicked over the shrine, then
Yep.
yeah.
Pretty much. But basically, to an entity of the old era, that era before the Primordial, this is like putting in a bastion. Like, this is not for you. Sorry, bud.
And it has respect, unlike the new cultivators.
Exactly.
What I thought Chun Po was going to do was offer the life Tao, or just give an offering in his prayer to help empower is either a Gestalt rule or what he was trying to do in the first place. But this is also a great interaction to seeing, what you can do with your Tao, and like how, like you were just saying, other entities will see what your actions do. Um, but anyway, I think Chung Po probably missed all that because he's talking to his fiance. But you already said it, and it's in the recording, so we'll see what happens. Do you want to go to us now, Matt?
Yeah. So we got. Sorry. Do we end on a question? Or just thinking stuff?
Go to us, is what he
Okay.
was saying, since
Mhm.
Chun Po is FK.
All right. Which one do you want to go first?
I think Liron should go since I've already interacted with Chun Po a lot, so I give Liron some time.
So I am attempting to learn how to focus my energies better to not make it spread out everywhere. I'm going to try to freeze a small, like, cube of ice out of this stream of water that's coming through and not affect everything around it.
Okay. Using.
My normal ability to heat and cool things with my voice. I also have learned how to pinpoint my vision, quote unquote, during the cutting of the moon. So I'm going to attempt to pinpoint my heating and cooling ability, which is also using sound.
Sure. Go for it.
Which I will do with performance, which I'm guaranteed to succeed, but I'm spending a week researching it.
Oh my gosh, guaranteed.
Yeah, since it's research, I have advantage. So I'll do a week of downtime scene rolls, I guess. Unless you just want like 1 or 2 rolls to figure out how it is.
Well, you already spent a week, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
but I've
so
made any rolls for it.
Then do your rolls, homie.
Okay. Let's get to the thing. So that's 7 times
You
2
sort that
times
shit.
3 times 6 times 7.
I haven't seen a while. The one. We're gonna see 3 ones here.
You want to see 3 ones?
Yeah, we're gonna see 3 ones since I haven't seen it in a while.
1, 2, 3. I hate
Fucking
you.
called it.
So 3 ones.
You didn't put S to sort?
Wait, what do you mean S to sort? You can do that? Also, no,
Yeah.
I don't want to sort because they have advantage.
Okay, there you go.
You need to tell me more about this S sort thing. Is this like just do like a 3D 100 for me? Like what is that, Matt?
The 3D 100S.
Yeah, cool.
Oh,
Neat.
when did you learn that? Nobody's told us about that.
All right, keep your secrets.
Will.
Eh, eh.
Yeah, you're able to
Figure out how
narrow
to.
down a specific target and hone in on it. It's a matter of frequency. When you let out noise, the way the sound itself interacts with different objects of density, properties, and their own internal frequency, you can kind of differentiate the surroundings, just like you do with Daredevil vision. This is just taking it a step further. So it's not too hard to freeze just the stream and nothing else.
No, not just the stream, but a small portion of the stream.
Sure. Takes a little bit more effort, considering
Yeah.
it starts to
The same stuff. Yeah.
yeah, it's the same stuff and it starts to spread a bit. So it takes a bit of effort to just focus on a little bit of something. Water is a difficult entity to work with because the moment you try and freeze just a part of it, well, the rest of it tries to freeze too, just kind of as a proximity to temperature.
That is why I was attempting against the water. And I could also heat up the surrounding area while I'm freezing the other stuff
Good.
to isolate it in that case, but that's not quite what I'm trying to learn. Because I want to be able to affect just a small portion of the tree, the shadow tree, and not have it spread throughout the entire system. Was kind of the idea here. And I will also, once when I have gotten it down on the water, which probably takes a good deal of time anyway.
Yeah.
Go and attempt it against the tree. Just try to affect just the shadow limb that is above ground. And we're going to use the frequency that was making it shimmer and see if I can get it to like break off if it's just affecting one portion of it and not the rest. So we'll use the pinnacle sound that I have of the creeping shadow between moon and stars, which made it like flicker and such, and see if I can get it to break off from the main portion by just affecting the above ground portion of it.
All right, if you like.
Performance.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Nice.
Good numbers.
90 degrees of success.
Indeed. All right, looking through. You apply your honed frequency. It still travels down the roots of the tree, the connection port. Not because you're not trying to isolate it. Like you're really trying to isolate it and then do a chop. There's two forces that oppose you. First, even these farthest kind of reaching tips of the roots are nigh indestructible. At least to your cultivation level at this point.
Yeah.
And there's also a pulling force. Kind of a passive, always there, just pulling force. Kind of like they are roots, so it pulls and elongates and stretches, and then when it reaches a T junction or where the roots branch or combine, it does the kind of this rip of whatever that energy is, and then equally splits it. And basically, it'll mince any cohesive sound or energy or attempt. So
Huh. So, don't know that there's. But the attempt of isolating it didn't work. Hmm. That's what I learned over the week was doing that. But it did tell me that it is not like completely, I guess, independent, or rather, it is not undefended. So that's interesting.
yeah, kind of interesting because even though the roots here, they don't really have a doubt point. There's no defense. There's actually no active defense being put up against any interaction with these little shoots.
Hmm. No active defense. But, I mean, it's still siphoning energy off. I don't know if using energy here is the correct choice then.
Energy is a great in between, I suppose. Physical and metaphysical, though.
Yep. But it is not teaching the point that I want. I'm pretty sure Poe's more on the right path, but is not something I was doing.
But you've increased your control over your
Yes.
sound wave, which is always a beneficial thing to do. If it weren't this particular critter, you're pretty sure that would be very destructive, being able to kind of freeze or heat up
Specific portion.
very specific things. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Lar.
Okay. So, the Aura of Fate and Tribulation, this is the current technique. While active, you may select a person within range, fellowship bonus and meters to gain a glimpse of their fate. Each rank in your cultivation may ask either more information on the topic you are divined or another topic. Gain unmagated fatigue after each use. I thought it was not unmagated, so that kind of screws up my my thought process of the resource per se. But what my idea was, I also got this reference from you when you were showing off the Shadow Lar and how they were able to put the tribulation energy over top of things. And I was like, oh, maybe that's like an extension of aura or something key related. And I was like, well, why not try to manipulate aura, which is based off spirit, and kind of dig down into that. So what I'm trying to do, instead of extending my fellowship bonus, which is 17, I was trying to condense it down around myself and use it as a barrier using tribulation energies and my fate as the paracausal connection. So that was my research here. What I was trying to do. I'm using my will and my intent and will to activate this and control it and condense it and spread it around parts of my body to do the research. Because my theory is that I can create a barrier of sorts, or using my physical with that to interact. So yeah, that's the baseline of what I was trying to do for this week. And if it at least gets me something, that would be great. Or maybe it's a foot in the right direction. Or maybe it's a failure and I can learn from it. That's really where I was trying to go with this.
Make your get your research rolls in.
Yeah, I figured using willpower, since I'm trying to use my will and intent over this, would be a good thing. Or I guess I could use int.
Willpower's fine.
Yeah. So here's baseline, and then do you want me to do like the same thing Liron did? I don't have advantage like he does because this isn't training. This is only research for myself.
Yeah, just make it natural.
Sure. 7 days. Liron, what was your number you used? It's pretty much 256 divided by 2 in my case. So
252.
150, 161.
Yep.
Because you have
That's
advantage.
me using the fatigue for each
Yeah.
TTS and not resting.
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that too.
Okay.
So 161 D100 S 1 2 3 3 4 5 7 7 7 9 11 14. That's cool. Look how many 666s I got. 1 2 3 4 5.
It's a few.
What was that?
That's a few.
That's a few. Yeah.
Look at all that progress, homie.
All that progress.
No 100s.
No 100s. 399s. 1 1. Got a 7 Only 142.
I mean, you were trying to channel you're trying to look through your entire body.
Yeah, I guess I'm also I'm just trying to condense it over my body instead of extending it out. Right, that was
As
the
aura.
whole idea. As an aura.
Okay.
And I have lots of extension of this aura. So I'm mostly trying to figure out a way to use my spiritual aspect. Like last time I was doing this, I was able to like extend it out and like touch the look at the tree, and I wasn't able to interact with it in a sense. But I was thinking like, what about if I found a way to put it over my body and then use that physical aspect, because that's what we're trying to do in this opportunity to interact. This is a research of me just trying to take a technique and either modify it or expand upon it, or in this case, research it with a theory.
Channeling it through the body, you can do it in bursts. That's what you're able to kind of get it to move around the body in usually a flash or burst or a very short frequency.
Okay.
But maintaining it for a long period of time is extremely tiring.
Of course, as expected. It gives an unmitigated fatigue anyway to extend this aura and get information, so that makes sense. Maybe this is also a way to condense it upon myself and see the fate and tribulation of myself when I'm doing this too.
Yeah. So the cost from trying to put and maintain your spirit over all of your body with an implied will, with all the other stuff, it's going to be 10 for the first limb, and then 10 stacking for every additional limb, and that's per turn of unmitigated fatigue.
Yeah.
So it'll be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, all added up in every turn in unmitigated fatigue.
Yeah.
To maintain that as a like full thing going on for you.
And this isn't what I'm trying to do in a sense. I know this is great for me, like to interact and experience it. But this doesn't help the fact that I'm using a resource. But it's cool though. But like you were saying at the beginning, using it like a short-term shield or in a way to how I do with my sword energy in a sense where I could make it just go over a finger in a sense, be efficient about it. That's an interesting way. Um, okay. So the next thing I'd like to do is I'd like to use my Eye of the Weaver on the Shadow Tree, using a perception roll to figure out its name. I understand that it's probably the Shadow Sovereign, but knowing its name, it's made me think about like you said to Chun Po, it was more of um, the Bustling World compared to something primordial before. And I was like, man, well, names are important. None of us have tried to, um, speak its name. Try to interact with it in a sense of like, hey, I'm talking to you. The same way any exorcism would go through, or any ghost. Usually, calling upon its name is a way to interact physically. Um, Usually, you don't really get to know that, but if you could know that, I thought that would be helpful. And I thought Eye of the Weaver would help with that too. So I'll use Eye of the Weaver on the Shadow Tree.
I'm pretty sure that has an accompanying roll, right?
Perception. Yeah, it's just any perception-based test. I figured just using base perception would be more ideal
Yep.
here. And I had 12 degrees of success. And
Okay. Two pieces of information. One, the tree is immune to scrying
okay,
and or divining its nature, especially if
okay,
you are not metaphysical yourself.
gotcha.
And two, it's from a different era. The Weaver's Eye has also morphed into something of this era. You would need a previous iteration, 2 eras ago of Weaver's Eye.
Wouldn't the primordial, not the prismatic and the dharmic eye help?
Those are different. You would get different information. That's the
Oh.
Weaver's Eye.
Okay, I thought it was in
Yeah.
tangent with what I was doing it in a sense. That's all.
Looking at the Shadow Tree, it's almost like it's not even here. Like there's not really any polygons.
Mhm.
Looking really deep, polygons are there, but they're so small and they're hollow.
Gotcha.
Wireframe. So I guess that's what metaphysical looks like.
Mhm.
Polygons are much smaller because of the density, but it looks like a haze if you zoom out. It's just like a hazy thing where the world is filled with polygons and these strange energy flows. This one is an energy sink, as in it pulls energy from the environment pretty rapidly.
Yeah.
And it looks like a haze in the shape of a tree. And it's really kind of funky.
I have an idea on how to maybe get an interaction out of it, but I don't know if that's going to help me do what I want to do. Okay. What I'd like to try then is I will go up to the tree. I will extend the aura around my my thumb and my index finger, and try to make a pinch in a sense, using my aura to kind of like pinch it in a sense. What I'm going to say is that uh, yeah, I go up, I pinch one of the small, very small polygons that I can see, and I I say, "You failed to ignore me." As my fingers and my aura kind of can give it a little bit of rub.
Okay. You're just grabbing one of the itty bitty polygons, just like one of those little guys.
Yeah, just one of those little guys.
Okay. Hmm. Make me a strength test.
Even further beyond.
Oh my gosh.
33 degrees of success.
All right. Um. Interesting.
And then I let go. But I do try to at least get an interaction.
Is the headset working now? Is it
I can
working
hear
now?
you. I heard interesting was the last thing
Okay.
I heard from you, Matt.
Yeah, and the headset card out. Of course it did. As you pinch the thing and you rub it between your fingies, it just pops loose.
Okay.
It has failed, indeed, to not notice you. So you pull out a single one. There's so many though. You're pretty sure it
Gotcha.
doesn't even notice. If you were to
Okay.
take a handful,
Mm.
that would be like performing like a soul grab from Mortal Kombat,
Okay.
because you know this is all metaphysical, so it doesn't have a physical body, so it must be a spiritual body.
But the fact that I could use my aura in a way to interact with this metaphysical aspect, using my body as the thing that's moving the things, seems like a good way forward. I'm thinking. Um,
Well, as a something to define the interaction, what do you consider your aura? Because aura is a literal mechanic.
mhm.
So
It was what I just did with the research. I was not putting it over my entire body like we were discussing. I was just using it on the tips of my fingers to make this little pinch.
yeah, seems like it. It felt that you were using your perception
Mhm.
more than the actual implementation. Like you being able to see those particular um,
Polygons, yeah.
and
Yeah.
the energy, all of your perceptions do lend to the ability to touch things and interact with the world, which is very strange. Normally, just because you can see it doesn't mean you can do something about it.
Right.
So those strange eyes of yours yet again lend to your capabilities. And yeah, you had to use prodigious strength to just pull one small itty bitty polygon out of the mix. And you also leveraged your Tao
Yeah,
to
that's
make
what
things.
that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah, that's why I was hoping for a name. Then I could probably get some like, oh yeah. But like you said, I cannot perceive or scry or anything like that with this. So, okay.
Yeah. So in your fingertips, moving into the fingertips alone, that costs you 1 unmitigatable fatigue.
Yeah. Still uses a resource, which I don't know. That's probably not helpful here. I was just thinking, like, if I could do aura. Another aura ability I have is Devouring Flame, which is how I produce my my shield, my flame shield. But yeah.
But you touched it in a way,
Yeah.
a very strange way. All right, you guys are allegedly 2 weeks in.
For sure, 2 weeks in. Give or take a day.
Potato, tomato.
Subalair is going to take a rest scene next.
Me too, also.
It's probably a good idea. Is it all right if Chun Po takes the next one?
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
I think
Um,
Matt has a plan right now for turn order, unless he's trying to put in weeks time. Yeah. Okay. 14.3. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Chun Po, what you got?
well, Chun Po's going to move to one of the shadow trees, sit down in front of it, and will pray to the Shadow Sovereign. Excuse me.
Okay.
Is there any guidance you can show me of how to interact with spirit?
Make me a willpower test.
Yeah. Physical power. Bam.
Nice.
Success plus 8.
It's actually 9. Remember the 6? Yeah. +8. Yeah.
Your prayer is sent into a endless chamber of emptiness, and it travels and travels and travels. You're probably not going to receive any reply. The prayer was quiet and being too large, and even if it did respond, it's of a high enough cultivation that its spirit alone would crush you. And even if it wasn't trying to hurt you.
which we're fairly certain it does.
It's up to something.
Existing might be what it's up to, which might not be great for us.
Fuck. I think there's a level of quantity that we just won't be able to achieve. In terms of the scale that is the Shadow Sovereign and the scale that we can't produce enough to ever get a reaction, I think.
And I don't think
Or,
we want to in that kind of reaction.
well, yeah, but like, there's no other reaction that I can see us getting. Like, even a request is so small, but it's so large that a request doesn't seem like a good idea. And it doesn't either. They might not care. It also, if it does care, want us dead. It's very hard to figure out what we are trying to do here because we are not powerful enough to wound this in any true sense. It doesn't respect us enough for us to be heard with our own voice.
So, give you context for what I've done is that I'm trying to use my perception at its most enhanced to interact with the spiritualness.
Yeah, and there wasn't any polygons, right?
Oh no, there was a polygon. It's very small, hazy.
Uh, okay. See what you can do if you look at. I had a request of you to look at all, or well, as many trees as you can, and see if they're the same polygon, or if it's different, or theoretically, if there's some puzzle pieces that could be put together.
Okay. I will try that after.
Yeah. You guys have all tried some stuff. Prayer does work, Poe.
But it's just
It's scope. Scope's the problem. If you had an entire forest all of powerful trees reaching out in prayer, that might get a response because it's not just quality, but it's also quantity, which is a quality of its own. So
Yeah, using your physical voice and your intent is prayer, right?
yes.
I mean, it is a metaphysical entity, so you can reach out in prayer just through thoughts alone and your wishes. But physical does have a special place in the hierarchy of the mind, body, spirit.
I think we should go check out the other powerful trees and request aid in prayer.
Chun Po, if I'm going to use prayer, I'm going to use my connection with my goddess.
Fair. Specifically, what Matt said too, it would take a forest of powerful trees to get this to as a response. And so I'm just like, if we asked all of the powerful trees, which that sounds like it would be a lot of favors that we would be needing, we might be able to get a reaction.
But it's also a confirmation that this is a path forward. But think about what prayer is and use parallels in a sense, because prayer is not going to be convenient every single time.
No, I actively did not want to interact with spirit through prayer, but prayer does work. And so, what about prayer? The ritual, the chant, the intent, the will, and speaking it out into the physical. Words have power.
Mhm.
Theoretically, similar to not a battle chant, but a battle prayer. Maybe we chop the tree with a prayer on our lips and a request and blessing from maybe your goddess and into the bite of the axe as you swing it. That might get a reaction. Because if I prayed at the shrine, I turned it into a rock. So if we pray with the axe to who we need to empower and then swing, that could be enough of a rock or enough of an axe, enough of a physical bite to the worm. And I'm going to attempt that.
Okay, I'm going to try using something else than prayer, I guess. There's also things like objects, you know what I mean? Like items. A holy object, for example, is something that I hold on to my fate bonds pin. That could be a representation. You also have, like a cross, for example. That's one, like an exorcism. You would have a cross. You'd be trying to use that as a way to interact with the spiritual. That's one thought process for that. But I don't think it's going to be. I mean, that's a way of maybe blossoming our talent, but I don't think. I feel like that's not what we could do to be really effective. You know what I mean? Like that's just an avenue, and it's something we should think about.
There's an aspect of it that I think, because praying to somebody else is asking somebody else for that spiritual energy. Maybe
Mhm.
it's powered by our own voice, willpower, intent, what have you, but we are requesting something else to be applied by somebody else, technically. I think there's an aspect of, okay, now do it yourself that is missing. A level of, I can pray to my own power and create my own stuff, and that is the real goal for this opportunity, is to use your own instead of having to pray to somebody else. But I could be very, very wrong.
Weaponizing intent is still the thing that's in my mind.
Yeah, it feels like that. It feels a lot like that. But a level of spiritual prayer to one's own power that almost like internalization. It's still weaponized intent, but so much so that it becomes a part of your truth and past, I think. Like using spirit to create a certainty result. Or for certain that's going to happen. But from what we've tried so far, intent has not been the key.
But Matt just said prayer would work quick, like it would work, and prayer is through intent. Like What else is a prayer besides you using your will and intent to try to get an outcome?
I think that there's an aspect of this that I won't understand, but I'm going to attempt it to see if that is. I think if we pray, we can make a rock to the worm, and then we swing the rock and crush the worm. Or that is an idea that I can theoretically see happening. But that was the same concept as me putting in the solar aspect. That's why I did solar. It's like the same idea, but
Well, I think you're on a great track there. You're thinking in the right thoughts, I guess, is you've created a shrine, which is something physical. Now, that physical aspect has something you could interact with. And now, like you said, smashing the rock on it. Well, why don't you just try to do something like an object? Maybe we need to put Tao into objects in the same symbolism to try and interact with this thing. Maybe that's an option.
um well, I think we'll just create another rock that the worm won't interact with. And while theoretically I think that that is a decent idea to suppress power, it is not the reaction that we've been searching for so far. Creating the shrine did not get a reaction that we were wanting. We just stopped the Shadow Tree from ever overtaking that shrine for a long time, but the Bustling World's going to destroy it before before the shrine lasts as a beacon, a bastion of protection, because Bustling World.
Yeah, because someone in the bustling world can hit it, but not the
Yes.
shadow itself will do anything to it.
Well, no, but then the shadow itself doesn't have to do anything, because if the Bustling World destroys the shrine, then, well, the rock is no longer a rock, and it can just take it can take Sturdy Lad's grave again.
But if you take fate out of it and nothing ever happens to it, the shadow will never do anything to it. You're saying inevitability of the bustling world will cause an action,
Yes.
but you're missing the point of that the shadow's not going to do anything to it.
Well, yes, well, it won't interact with the rock until it's no longer a rock.
But that is an interaction, though. It's not going to touch it because of these things.
So I hate to say it like this, it's a shrine in worship of the Shadow Sovereign. It would arguably interact with more. It's not a rock at that point, because it is a shrine dedicated to it. It theoretically would gain power from that, especially if we get put offerings there. It's not a rock, but also a rock. Fuck.
What's your
A
thoughts
rock.
on this, Liron?
Yeah.
I was dealing with my puppies, but
Oh.
I got. I think prayer might be a good idea. We don't need it to notice. We just need it to respect an area. So if we, I
That
guess,
technically, well, that yeah, I had a vision, and it respected ritual, and it's respecting the Sturdy Lad's shrine enough to not interact with it and say it's a rock, I'm going around it, but it's not interacting with it. Like,
which is not necessarily a bad thing.
How so?
Well, are we actually trying to get its attention, for example?
The opportunity. We are trying to understand spirit in a way that it grants us gestalt. At the end of the day, out of character. At the end of the day, that's what we're doing.
At the end of the day, we're trying to interact with the metaphysical.
Yes.
Which will then allow us to, blossom our gestalt. our talents because we were able to do this thing in the first place.
There must be something in regard to either the prayer or we are okay interacting with the metaphysical. Prayers work, but to blossom.
And the reason prayers would work is
because
A
it
level of-
respects that.
It's a level of ritual, intent, willpower, speaking it into existence. But that's this entity, not so much just spirit itself.
so. What is an exorcism?
A
Let's just say-
banishment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, like theoretically, an exorcism is using items to and prayer enough times to create a rock bastion around yourself and pushing out the demon.
Using the power of some other entity in a sense, like Christian, for example, using the power of God.
Praying to God to grant spirit. Or at least that's what it sounds like to me. It always sounds like a request of God help me.
Using prayer beads or a cross or the ritual of calling upon a greater power. And that's one aspect of spirituality. It's not the answer to everything, but the path has all kinds of ways to do things.
What
That's the whole-
about sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
What about aspects of what makes a shrine priest more of a shrine priest? Because technically speaking, this sounds very close to a level of fellowship within the spirit. So what gives more spirit to a shrine priest? Is it flow?
Well,
Having spirit flow through oneself?
let's step back. Why was your shrine powerful in the first place?
Well, I respected Sturdy Lad's corpse.
The death of
Yes.
and the shadow tree. So go ahead, go continue. Sorry.
I created the shrine to give him remembrance and respect to him as a fallen warrior. And then I prayed and asked for guidance from him and put Tao into his shrine to see whether or not an offering of Tao could either grant the spirits the necessary passage or something so tempting that the spirit wanted it. I was hoping that it would be something that Sturdy Lad could maybe use, but
Well, I'm still on the fence, and maybe this is wrong, but putting a Dao into a physical object seems like a good path forward.
I'm going to say out of character. The aspect of either talismans, you ever seen those like shrine in Naruto, Shippuden and all that, there's like the bomb paper, but there's also like sealing papers in other more spiritual animes.
Mm-hmm.
The bomb one, I'm just like, that one looks closer to. I'm pretty sure what those bomb papers are is like a sealing jutsu technique of all right, well, we got an explosion and we put it into this paper, but it's also closer to like alchemical bullshit. But I have no idea how they make that specific bomb paper. But there are seals using with paper, and if you implemented a Dao point into those types of objects, then I see like a utility or a utility-esque shrine or exorcist, like shrine maiden, shrine priest, exorcist type of build. And I question what the difference would be in between something like Jujutsu Kaiden shrine or like sorcerers who wield a certain aspect of like some of them do still just have utility of items, but they also can just punch with energy.
No, that's
And
fair. That's fair.
the aspects of like, okay, so what can we actually do so far? Is there the ability to breathe my hand in spirit, or is it and like how those two types of builds grow? Because obviously stronger punch fist man versus more utility item, I think both are technically possible, and I think they grow in strength in just very different ways that while they both can build, they will never, or theoretically, they wouldn't cross. And so I'm confused as to which, if the opportunity is to teach us how to grow spirit and strength and what we could use in the future, then we are picking up pieces, and I'm not sure what the finished puzzle is supposed to look like because I am seeing two separate paths. Sorry if that's all confusing.
All I can say is that two separate paths. I think there's more than two. I feel like there's all kinds of paths to get to the same destination, as that is what to be as a cultivator. Just because my Tao of failure and your Tao of life and poison are two separate paths, they all will get to the end result.
Oh.
Maybe, maybe not, but that's the whole aspect of the path. But that's more of a it's not actually answering your question. That was more just making a point. Which is why I don't think prayer is the only way to go about doing this. It is an aspect of what we're trying to do.
I don't think prayer is the only way either, and I am looking for something else, but I do know prayer works, and I think implementing Tao points into objects will work as well, and theoretically there's more. A way for us to physically harness spirit and utilize it, I think, within ourselves. Matt, can I use an insight in either logic, trying to see if what I think and what I've been saying is leading us to victory in this opportunity? Am I thinking down a path that will win?
Hard to say, because first off, opportunities aren't there to teach you something. There's no like lesson plan. They're called opportunities mostly because they're repeatable for one, like a multitude of individuals throughout multiple generations, even hundreds, if not thousands of years apart, can still take advantage of the situation. They're the location. So this one definitely applies. It's more of a seizing
Grabbing
of
opportunity.
yeah, it's grabbing opportunity, seizing opportunity. And the reason they call it an opportunity is because that's exactly what it is. It's face value. You're here to take grasp or like seize something. And what makes it particularly potent is if you are successful, it uplifts your talent. Maybe in part because of the Bustling World helping out, because it's kind of a common trope. Or these locations are just that special. that when you do seize the opportunity, your cultivation reacts, your Tao reacts. But there's no lesson to be learned. Certain individuals or groups do the pilgrimage with disciples and or students, and they use it as a field trip lesson. But by terminology, this is not a lesson or some sort of teaching. This is truly an essential part of what it is to be a cultivator and to stand out among your peers in the same generation.
Guys,
Seize what is yours.
we need to cut the moon again. That's what this is, I think. See,
Yeah, there's no instruction manual for these opportunities. They give you a little bit of guidance kind of going in so that, you're not here for ever and just stand there going, what are we doing here? But yeah.
I think we should try and look at it as if we were trying to cut the moon, but we're just trying to cut the shadow tree. And I think items at that point would be the better option in prayer and Chun Po, well, Savalar, Liron. Our opportunity is the shadow tree. The opportunity is we can hurt even the shadow sovereign. I think. And Chun Po will take out an axe and go back to Sturdy Lad's grave or shrine and sit and pray with an axe in his lap and pray for the two Sturdy Lad and cultivator that has taught me so much. Grant me the spirit to fight even the esoteric, is what you were calling it, Savalar?
Metaphysical, but
Damn.
that's a great way to. Esoteric is fine.
To show that I am strong and to show that I deserve recognition, respect, and to be noticed by even the strongest of beings. And he will put a Tao point of life into his axe, and his prayer is trying to embody living to the fullest and not settling for just to fighting and striving and taking the opportunity and just grasping it and saying, I will live for more than just living. I want to serve more than just surviving. I want to thrive. I want this opportunity to be mine to have. And Chun Po will go and try and strike down the shadow tree after this.
Get down. Ah!
Do
Use your
want
karate powers.
karate powers? What?
You said strike it down.
Yes.
Hi-yah!
Yeah. I will see if I can chop into the shadow tree with this and see if hopefully feeling like and believing actually that my axe has been empowered and radiates a spirit energy that that a being like this cannot ignore, and strike.
So,
Make
question:
an attack roll.
Is this a Tao point you're trying to make? Like, not like say like I'm my like what you were saying. My life is powerful in a sense, or are you literally putting one of your Tao points of life that you have a currency of into the axe?
You see, that's the thing. I'm not entirely sure where the distinction goes in between those, because you can have a Tao point to make a Tao point, but in putting it in the axe, is the axe now the thing having the Tao battle? And is its point, I am a tool that will seize opportunity or something like that?
Well, maybe the nomenclature is a little too close. So, a Dow point is, I suppose, falling into two categories. I think I might rename one of them, but the
Just need to put M in front of it. Martial Tao
Yeah.
point.
Martial Dow
Hmm.
point. There you go. So a Dow point is a kind of using your Dow as a platform for a subjective truth. That's basically what that is. You're trying to subject the environment and others to your truth using your Tao, and that is a point. You're making a singularity, a one-dimensional facet, and leveraging your Tao on that facet against the rest. So that is the Tao point. A martial Tao point is the distillation and then the concentration of Tao droplets. And Tao droplets are kind of a byproduct of you honing, perfecting, enriching, deepening your chosen Tao.
Okay.
You can put martial Tao points into things, same with droplets, but a Tao point is like putting one of those dots in which you can, turn your own Tao into leverage. So, a good example: say you're trying to undo a jar of pickles.
Yep.
And you're just trying to use that, and you can't get the jar of pickles open. You technically have enough strength as a cultivator. You should be able to open the jar of pickles, but it has defeated you. So you take your Tao point and you use it like a tool, like a like one of those ratchet planks where you put it around the lid and you cinch it tight, and then you use the tool along with your strength to magnify it. It gives you more leverage, it gives you more strength, it amplifies what you have, it helps you overcome shortcomings. Like, your Tao is the most important thing in the game. And how you wield it is just as important.
I use my roll to hit, I guess full aim.
Sure.
Standard attack, no other modifier. I believe that what I have done implementing, and I'll mark again that Dow point as well. Cultivation materials. Ooh, this has been rough for my Dow points, but
You don't have to permanently leverage your Tao point. Remember, the first
Punctuation.
yeah, it's basically adding punctuation. The second you learned is how to permanently imbue something with a Tao point to magnify everything you do around that point. It's basically a permanent fixed point. The first one is just adding punctuation, and you don't actually lose anything.
Okay.
It's also a good note that our first point was interacting with the physical. Second point is permanence. And the third point might be using your Tao to interact with the metaphysical.
And I think
Which you're
you're
about to
right.
do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Success plus 6.
And the Tao you're trying to leverage is
It is life, but it is living to the fullest and living that I will not miss this, or that I will not. I will succeed and live and thrive. I will take this opportunity for all it is worth because I'm tired of living without it. Do I suck at punctuation without points?
You gotta suck
Everyone, look,
Go ahead.
everything about this game is a learning process. Certain players are good at grasping and utilizing certain parts of the game, and whereas other players are the same with a different part of the game. This particular module is overfull with stuff, so don't feel bad that you're still trying to figure out something. It will come to you because we're going to be doing a lot of it, and eventually you'll be like, I know this trick, or hey, can I leverage it this weird way? And yeah, it may not, have the best result, but you still can. That's the kind of the fun part. It's also a lot of figuring out what you can and can't do. It's a lot of like self-exploration and game exploration, not just lore-wise or story-wise, but mechanics too. So no one sucks in anything. It's just kind of figuring out what you can do with the tools you currently have, and you'll have more tools further down the way. In fact, this is acquisition of new tools. So
Success +6 to hit with hopefully spirit imbued axe and believing in myself and believing I can do it.
okay, it doesn't go transparent. You hit the tree as if it's solid, but no thwack noise, no reverberation up the arms either. You hit the damn thing, but it's like hitting an oobleck, but the oobleck doesn't even give. It's just
wow, so just
thunk.
dink.
No, it makes no noise. There's no
Right.
satisfaction of the interaction or any sort of like tell that you've interacted with something. It's just you hit it and the axe stops perfectly. There's no rebound. There's no like kinetic vibration that goes up the handle. There's no sound. There's no flash of light or anything. It's just, it looks like a poorly edited video game. Just character swings, the axe stops. No other special effects. It's anticlimactic. Jeez.
Fuck. I actively continue with remembering how the Bustling World gave a bit of a bonus. I swing again and again and try and see if I can chop, if that will grant anything in this moment of becoming a woodcutter and trying again.
Yeah, you cut and cut and cut. But you can almost feel like the Bustling World's a little confused. A tree cutter needs to cut a tree. I mean, are you practicing your swings? Or are you like it's out of character?
World
It doesn't seem.
see it.
Yeah, it's like the world doesn't see these protrusions. So it looks like to the Bustling World, you're swinging at nothing.
What does the Bustling World say when Liron swings nothing?
It doesn't. It doesn't know that is anything's being swung because nothing's being swung. So obviously there's nothing there. With a thunk.
Hang on a second. Guys, I both did and didn't do something.
Oh, good.
I give a quick recap of of the events. But we know there is a tree, so like, I would like to contemplate. Also, I technically spent a day praying. I think is what I said. I would like to contemplate how, or the bustling world doesn't seem to respect spirit, or
No.
even notice it, or
What we want to understand is that the bustling world isn't part of what this tree is. It's something. It's different. It's a part of a different era, is what I think Matt said earlier.
Yeah, the tree is. The bustling world does respect spirit so long as the denizens who influence the bustling world also respect spirit. So what it's turned into is that there's a bit of mysticism. There's a bit of Taoism, because it's always part of Eastern culture. There's always going to be a spirit element. There's always going to be a mind and soul and philosophy element, because that's this part of the region, that's this culture. But it's not as deep as it used to be. Things are more modern. So spiritualization and spiritualism has fallen into particular aspects of society. So religion is one of those. Instead of everybody cultivating spirit, usually those who follow a religion or a religious doctrine. That's one of the spiritualisms. Cultivation itself has already earmarked spiritualism. You have to get to the spiritualization realm of cultivation to properly hone your spirit. And that's what society has set it at. You need to climb the mountain first before you can indulge in the spirit. And the bustling world's like, yeah, it makes sense. So that's why it's harder to cultivate or do anything with the mind and spirit before you climb the mountain, because the bustling world's like, hey, society says not yet. You're not allowed to, invest deeply into that without my help.
Wait, hold on. So the bustling world is actively holding us back from reaching spirit because it thinks we're not strong enough?
Thinks that that's not the order to do it in.
Right.
Screw your order.
Well, that's the thing. The moment you say screw, the rules, the bustling world stops helping you. And if you go even further, the bustling world starts to impede you, because that's the era. That's the name of the game. The primordial era, you could have done whatever, but there's also nothing helping you. It's like survival of the fittest. Modern things are actively hampered. So, development of technology and research receive huge suppression. Figuring out the world itself and how it interacts is a key aspect of the game. So, you figured out that the bustling world follows what the masses believe. So the masses believe, especially those who cultivate in mass, like whole sects or houses or clans or groups, they believe there is an order to things. We are of a modern cultivator age. Anyone can cultivate. You just have to follow the blueprint. Anyone who doesn't follow the blueprint, they're dumb. They don't know what they're doing. Or at least that's the perspective.
That mentality does not respect the cultivation of new blueprints.
It doesn't. You have to fight against the bustling world before the bustling world can accept it. And even then, most of the time it won't, because you have to influence the minds and perspectives of the path, the majority. And they also have to believe fervently that your new methodology is also more correct than the current one for it to take hold. For an individual cultivator, especially those of the unorthodox variety, they fight an uphill battle because they want to do their own thing. They don't want to do what everyone else is doing because it's not for them. And also, the bustling world produces ridiculously weak cultivators, at least in its current state. Everyone follows a template, but the template is shit. Bustling world does not care.
Hey. Okay, so it worked, but it didn't. What can I make a logic check to see if the reason it didn't bite was the Bustling World itself? If it said, no, that's not real, so you can't actually hit it, even though I did hit it.
In this particular instance, you hit the tree, but you didn't hit the tree meaningfully enough. But you did hit the tree, and you had enough meaning for it to be corporeal, at least on the impact. You're still looking at scale.
I'm telling you guys,
And even
we're
if the
gonna run
Bustling
into
World were to help
quantity.
you, it wouldn't know what to do with this. And it probably, the scale would not be, big enough. As for your protagonism, I'll help you out a little bit here.
Hmm.
You guys are still missing the point. This is why this is the hardest one.
Oh, we haven't even touched upon it. Like I've just been talking to my ass. Shit. Okay.
Well, that doesn't mean you haven't touched upon it, but you guys are. This one's a very precise answer. There's not multiple ways of approaching it. There's one way to approach it.
Wait.
That's why it's so hard.
Hmm. Yeah.
Most
No,
people
so
go the whole game without this, or even NPCs. They go the whole game without this, and most of the time, it's not even usable. Or at least it would require a lot of. It's not easy to apply in everyday cultivation. I won't give a clue as to who's the closest. Y'all have danced upon, around, or near, but it's that nuance and their perspective required to understand it is pretty precise. So,
All right, Chun Po. Finish up, and then we should go to Liron, and then I'll try last.
I'll just pause here real quick. As let's see. Okay. Bustling World doesn't know what to do. It is a tree cutter that doesn't see a tree, even though I can see a tree. I know it's there. I put it there, and
well, think of all the things you've also learned, not just on this opportunity, but the moon
as a
cutting.
swordsman. Yeah.
Do you even need the Bustling World for these opportunities? Is the Bustling World contingent on your success in acquiring these opportunities, seizing them for yourself?
No. It is
Yeah.
not necessarily required, but I can use the Bustling World to my
Your advantage.
advantage in the opportunities, but there are no advantages here currently with the Bustling World.
Well, yeah, you're doing axe cutting.
Yes.
Yeah, so the projection of discipline, basically mimicry here, is being helped. Like you have received advantage from using the Bustling World here, for sure.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's
I'll
not that you
pause
can't.
for now.
It doesn't. It just means that you don't need or require the Bustling World on your side to succeed. You can actually be at odds with the Bustling World and still succeed at these opportunities.
Okay. I'm going to pause for a minute. Liron, go ahead. I have to pee bad.
Indeed. Do we want to take a bio break?
Yeah, I need to let the puppies out real quick.
All right, bio break. 10 minutes. Go, 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 go. Quick, quick. Wow. Look at us go. Being the dudes. Play games.
Returned I have. No one is there.
Is anybody returned?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Um, I have asked Google a question.
My God.
How do cultivators hit spirit beings? AI Overview has given me a list of things, but I also would like to try and, well, when it gets back to my turn, can I use an insight for the same question, or is that too much? Or do I just not know enough to where it's just like, you wouldn't know? And the,
Mhm.
can I also,
Can you also what?
I'd like to say this mentions that we use key, or cultivators use key standardly to bridge the gap to, let's see, yeah, to bridge the gap between the physical and immaterial realms. They utilize several methods to affect these entities.
Yeah, then energy. So the difficulty is for the standard of cultivation, at least that you know of. The first thing you guys did was develop stamina, right? All that time ago.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the first step. Basically, you utilizing the physical internal energies of the body, but you haven't developed a cultivator energy. But eventually, you kick on ki, which then supersedes stamina.
Hmm.
That's your first introduction to cultivator energy, but it's very lightweight. It's not very potent. So usually
End up
people
at
when they reach
Qigong.
usually people reach for qigong, which is a lot more mysterious, a lot more useful, a lot more potent. And then the people who really want to be serious cultivators try and get shi, because it's kind of like being a controller of an element in an area. Ki also has the hardest time projecting itself outside the body. Most of the time, it's a surge within the body, which is very unlike the other two. Qi is all about external control, external projection of power. Qigong is mostly an external projection, but it can mimic both Shi and Ki, which is why it's sought after by everybody, because it does a little bit of everything depending on what you cultivate. The Ki is all internal. If you can make Ki external, like actually manifest the Ki, not just an effect externally, you're weird.
Would that not just be an evolution from Ki to Shi?
Mm-mm.
Like almost a level of, okay, well, no, you have done it, so it is actually Shi.
From what you've learned, probably not. Mostly because Ki and Shi don't play together. They remember you've heard before that if you ever come
Fire,
across
water,
Shi, you have to give up Ki, or you have to go without Shi. So
Or you
if
have to
they
make a buffer out of your qigong between the two.
true. So the strange part is, if Ki were to be part of the building blocks of Shi, they should play together seamlessly. Or in the case of like stamina being overridden by Ki, Ki should be overridden by Shi, right? At least with that logic train of thought. But it
depending
doesn't.
on how you look at it, Ki is just the foundation. Qigong is a border in between, and then the above is more like your roof. So your foundation and your roof wouldn't theoretically go together that well. You would need the wall. Otherwise, you don't have a house to build upon. But if it's like that, then yes, you need the foundation to get to the walls, which would be Qigong, and to get to the roof of Shi and hitting the peak.
Oh, then why can't you bring Shi inside you?
If with that level of roof analogy, he would be something thicker. Like you want concrete. You want something hard, and that's weird trying to say it as a roof, because you can have a concrete roof. Fuck that. But what would the point of having Shi inside you be?
Usually, you are just a vessel. You are the clip. Also, the device that expels Shi to control in the environment. You don't ever use Shi internally. Ki, on the other hand, it's light and gentle enough to work with the internal systems of the body and assist. But turning it into a physical manifestation or an external manifestation is like, it's hard to picture because no one does it. Everyone abandons Shi as quick as they can because they consider it the starter energy. Only weirdos or those who don't have a choice, people who practice it, focus on it, and develop, invest themselves into.
Well, could you? So these people that have to work with Ki,
They just don't have training methods to get them access to Shi, or Qigong.
So
basically, they're just stuck.
Well, arguably, if that's just the bustling world not having the blueprint for them, and they are actively either trying and making something, or even, I guess, if they're failing, but without, I guess, it sounds like you're throwing water and fire together, but it also almost sounds like you're burning fuel to get to energy. And so fire is almost like the starter of just Ki, and that's your starting. But eventually, if you use, well, no, fuck, too many analogies, too much of a dreamer in me. People that are stuck at Ki and don't have a way and have to fight against the bustling world, and there's nothing helping in that regard. I would argue that they could theoretically become strong cultivators if they make it. and they would be also theoretically have a lot of failure around them. But I've lost track of trying to utilize spirit because it seemed to get to, we were on Qi, Qigong, the next up would be Shi. What can... And I was asking about the argument if Qi could turn into Shi. Okay. No, this opportunity's not trying to teach us anything. It's can you hurt it? So we just need a lot. Oh, I think we have the right. No. I am missing quantity. I am not sure what you guys.
I'm missing quantity as well. Everyone's
Okay.
missing quantity for the methods we tried.
Yes.
Except for Lar. Lar stole something from it. It didn't seem to care
Oh.
too much. So,
I think
not
that might
something we can
also
do.
be a quantity thing.
Yeah, what's a quantity thing? Because it's like if you did this to a bunch of them, you could.
Okay, so we each kind of tried a different way, and it was just too big to care, but all of those ways kind of worked. So if we chop, insult, and steal something from him in more, in a large enough way. Damn, well, hold on. What, we have to diss him so hard and steal something. We bully the tree in a way that like we actually hurt and win and take.
Potentially, you do have the problem with it is of such a cultivation that it doesn't really take damage from you guys.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't need to damage it to get the success you're looking for.
And that's the part that I also don't understand. Like,
How do you bully a tree that can't be you, or bully a target that can't take damage from you? That's maybe think of it that way.
I don't know if trees can see or sense. You become an eyesore, is what I would say. Even just having me around you sucks.
See, and I was going to try hitting it as well, except I'm going to make the dot point of I will be heard, leveraging my sound DAO. Can I give that a go? ODM.
I thought of another way of how this might work, but oh,
Nope.
No.
Well,
hello.
Hi.
Does that work? ODM?
yes.
It does?
What I said, yes. Chess, as in what's
I said I would like to hit the tree, and I'm going to make the DAO point of I will be heard, leveraging my sound DAO.
okay. I mean, attack roll, nerd. Oh wait, yeah, you. Yeah, make an
mechanics.
attack roll. Screw it. Hit him. Hit him with the souse. Or don't. I don't know. Maybe you don't want to give it that much sauce yet.
Okay.
Hmm.
Huh.
Huh.
Weapon skill roll. At plus 600.
Hey, cha. Okay, you hit it. It falls that same problem. Scope, scale. It's one small voice in a cavern too large to be heard in.
I don't know then, folks, for myself.
So
I would like to use a enlightenment upon hitting this. It's like, this is not working. Is there another method that we're missing? And I would like to use a Tao enlightenment of the spirit. Martial enlightenment of the spirit.
If you like,
So
you
I've
just
got
watch
neutral
me do
ones.
something as well.
I could. I could watch you do something. Then I will watch.
I'm going to apply the same fate and tribulation aura on my fingers. I am going to cut
Hmm.
the small specks and connecting a bunch of them. My Dow point here, as I go to make my cut with my finger, is that I do not fail to cut you. Sorry, I do not fail to cut your soul, as my fate is sharp. And I go for the weapon skill test as I do that now.
Hmm.
And I also use paracausal currency here as I'm applying a. I guess it's from my sharpness of my fate. I'm aspecting here
Sure.
from my from that paracausalness.
Well, you do get a defensive response, but it's not an active. It's more of a passive. When you go to strike and destroy a whole series of them, you succeed in doing so, but it nates, causing backsplash. So, kind of like a pressurized defense system. If you do soul damage, great, you do you. But here's a retaliate. You know, kind of like cutting a pressure hose.
So it did cause a retaliation though
It did.
from
It's some
causality.
sort of passive defense. It's just an intrinsic nature of the tree. Yeah.
Okay.
even
So
hurting it doesn't do it. Apologies.
you're not sure you did significant damage, or even any damage, but you did get it to do something.
So declaring the target, I guess, which was the soul, didn't
Hmm?
didn't help here. Okay.
Well, its spirit is so large, and it's a metaphysical being, so it compensates for spirit density, and even uses the spirit like armor in certain aspects. Certain parts of it are just protections rather than the actual core spirit itself. like an enamel around the nerve. So you've come in contact with what you think is a spiritual defense layer. It's soul, but it's more like a defensive ectoplasm, like a slime that slugs have. And it reacts to certain stimuli, such as soul destruction techniques or abilities or energies, and it reacts explosively. So,
All right. I'll
what
use a
type of damage
freedom.
would you have done to done to this particular device or your attack? Like, what type of a?
Well, I was applying my it's fate. That's what I was
Oh,
doing. Sharpness.
okay. Any sword power used?
Just from my paracausal of what my fate is, right? It's a power line.
All right. The explosion that hits you back, it turns the
Can I
damage type.
dodge?
Well, this is hitting you right as you are attacking. So during
Okay.
your attack, it's the retaliate mechanic,
Gotcha.
which you can find in the
Sure. Yeah.
weapon. Yeah. So it's a retaliates. So you're going to be hit with summon damage. This does hit you directly, even through shield, because you are the one hitting it, and it is hitting you with a soul retaliate.
Gotcha.
Yep. For your soul damage, you'll have most likely done do about 7 soul damage to it, and in return, you'll be taking 7 soul damage. This will be of the acidic type, so it's basically splashing or exploding out hot ectoplasm, where yours was a nice and sharp cutting line. Turn the type of damage to a different type of one. So it's like a spray. Arr.
Can I not try to protect myself with the same aura that I did before? Spreading it over parts that would have tried to hit me?
If you don't already have it deployed, it's too late.
Okay.
Which
Can I
is why
not use
that
like
must have it running for turns, and you gain a bunch of.
can I not use like destiny fragments or anything like that?
Mm,
No.
I'm thinking on it. Do you have anything that would trigger passively, or is everything you have to summon it actively? Because if it's like
So
something passive, sure.
the only thing I'm thinking here is that I'm using Fate and Tribulation in this interaction, which would have been for myself. So I should have at least maybe got a uh, like an idea, like like here's a little bit of a vision that I'm going to have this happen to me in the first place. That it is
Unfortunately,
my
this
fate.
tree does not broadcast fate or reactions with itself.
Mm.
It swallows. It can't be divined. It can't be scryed, and so
Right.
fate and destiny cannot be projected onto it, which is something. An interesting thing you could do. You could project with your powers, but in the future, maybe not on the tree because it's a sovereign tier, especially the metaphysical type. Um, Destiny and fate onto others and control them, which is why it's dangerous. Which is why this tree has a defense against it. So you
What
would
about
need something
my
passive.
what about my manifested shadow that I've been working on?
What does it do currently?
Nothing right now, but I just know I've been building it up.
Sure, but if it does nothing, it also has no defenses. So if you put that in the way, you might just destroy your project. So soul damage in this game, you can take soul damage equal to your critical hit. So if your critical health goes up, your soul critical health goes up. There is only a critical health bar for soul, but you can have temp. Soul damage does not heal normally, like it does for like normal critical health. Not something that you usually have to recover. Basically, there's a couple ways to go about it. You would take pills and elixirs to help the healing process, and then you would spend consecutive rest DTS on a progress bar to build up progress towards healing some of the damage. So, pretty an egregious type of damage for the game.
Yeah,
Not
100%.
permanent. You don't
Yeah.
lose unless the soul damage is like
It's
permanent reduction or
more
loss.
than more than my current pool. So if it went over, it was like if it was 5. In other words, that would hurt a lot. Maybe even character death. So gotcha.
Well, yeah, but you start with 10 critical health, so this
Yeah.
would be 7 out of your 10.
Yeah.
And there's no like soak yet for it. You'll eventually develop soak for it, but which is why soul damage is so dangerous. You only have to do 10 soul damage to somebody to take them out.
Mhm.
So, but it does grow along with your critical health.
How does that look to the outside? The damage that Savalar has taken.
You don't see it, which is why it's terrifying. Lar can see it because of their special eyes. But
Yeah.
it's not particularly visible to your eyes, Poe. You're like, what just happened? But Lar does cough blood.
Gives a thumbs up and then steps away for a bit.
Chun Po is ready to be not exactly raving madman, but going to talk to Shadow Sovereign directly and just be shouting if quantity is still needed, and like we're asking yeah, I don't know. Throwing a temper tantrum might be a better way to describe this, but seeing Savalar get hurt, coughing up blood, and like that's not normal. Chun Po shouts out to the Shadow Sovereign, "Why?"
No response.
He will be shouting, but I am not going to shout because kids and things. And why must the cultivator world be attempting to tear each other apart just to be acknowledged? No response.
Yeah, no response.
Chun Po will Chun Po wants to contemplate what it means to walk through the hallway that is the quantity that we need. Shouting in this hallway, trying to reach the end, is not working. Chun Po needs to move forward through the hallway and then speak. and Chun Po wants to meditate on what that means and what that looks like throughout the spirit realm world, where the worm interacts through the dirt.
If you'd like.
When we ask for them to meditate, is there is that me saying I'm going to step away and think about this, or is that can I gain something from this meditation, or is using an insight just faster?
Using the United States pretty fast, but again, you might be limited depending on
Yes.
how many you've already used.
Yeah.
Yeah, insight's very quick. You can also meditate on stuff.
Okay. Chun Po, in his meditations, is going to try and see if he can find something akin to spirit, or going not within, but in a sense going within and walking away to try and get through the hallway scenario. I don't know if that's astral projection, because if so, then well, fuck.
Probably don't want to astral project near a metaphysical being. That would be dangerous.
But I do want to talk to him.
To who? The tree?
The Shadow Sovereign. I asked it a question, and it has left my question go on deaf ears. Maybe it didn't hear it, or maybe it just wasn't paying attention to me.
Could be a number of things.
Chun Po will go to Liron, and I'm not sure if we are in any point of we're spending a day doing something. Liron? Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Can I be...
Unmuted. Yes.
There you are. I have a concept, Liron, that I think could work, but I don't know. I don't know what it represents to even attempt what I am thinking.
Well, spit it out.
Walking through we're hitting a quantity wall. In some cases, it's been trying to shout my name or shout my voice down the hallway, and it just doesn't seem to answer.
That seems to be the same sort of issue I'm running into.
So I was thinking we walk down the hallway, but I don't know what that would represent within the spirit.
That might be a terrible idea.
Yeah. I think it is an aspect of the opportunity, or it is an aspect of the spirit that we are missing. Actually trying to move through spirit. I don't think any of us have contemplated what that could mean because it immediately puts us at a disadvantage. But I think that's a part of it to an extent. Like
Yes.
creating a version of yourself that is the spirit. Putting yourself into the spiritual world so you can interact with the spirit. And then being there, doing and saying everything that we've been working on so far. So putting ourselves there spiritually. And then doing it. I think that's the answer. But even so, Savalar did it. He got a react. Well, he hit him. He hurt him, and didn't. So I'm worried that even if this is an aspect of it, we will still run into the quantity issue of we aren't strong enough. You did it right, but you aren't strong enough, and it could kill us.
Yeah, and I think walking into it is a good way to test that theory real quick. See if you are strong enough.
Yeah. Um. Matt, Chun Po wants to try and, well, either using logic or is attempting to sit in a meditative position, say a prayer, or, well, is my prayer still on my axe with the Tao point?
No, no. I mean, unless you imbued it with a resource, you'd have to you'd use a martial Dow point or a Dow point.
Yes.
Then yeah, it's any martial Dow points used
Okay, so
as a consumable are still on the axe.
okay, they are on the axe. Alrighty.
Mhm.
With the prayer on my lips that I used for the axe, and trying to embody myself and internalize and then put myself into a realm of spirit with my axe and understanding that I have to hurt this tree or to take this opportunity. I believe this is the step that I need to take to make this opportunity. I might not win. Not sure I could win, but this is the opportunity to stand up and test your mettle.
I would be
Figure something out.
Um, Matt, what was it that you said?
Or to figure something out.
Or to figure something out. Okay. Let's double check how much insight I have left. Come on. Okay. Um, I would like to use an insight. Am I missing something? I feel like I am at the pinnacle, or not the pinnacle, but I'm at the spiritual of this is all of it put together. I am either at it or I am close. I think this is what I need to do.
I mean, you can try, but seems very dangerous.
I don't think the point to try is to win this fight.
Yes,
But I
but
can
losing it might
end
be
me.
the end for you.
I mean, I still have plot armor.
Oh, well, you've got this, fam.
Matt, I would like to use that insight to ascertain what is missing from what I have envisioned and put, and if it's a willpower roll that I need to do, or
Hmm. You can try a willpower roll.
okay. Success +9.
Okay. In earnest, you're not sure what you're missing. But that also is a clue of itself, which means any of the lines of thought that you've already been on and any kind of like formulaic approach,
Mm-hmm.
the fact that you don't know what you're missing means it's outside of your current knowledge set. Which means you got to experiment and do things that may not be a logical chain or may not be part of your current hypothesis.
I don't know what I don't know, though. Testing.
But you do know what you do know. And the less you know, the easier this is to do. Because there's a larger pool of unknown that you can try and get into. Pretty sure it still is in relation to the physical touching the metaphysical. But there's something missing in that approach. You guys are seeming to succeed in touching the metaphysical with the physical. Lar especially had an interesting interaction. But it still wasn't what the opportunity would actualize your
Grab.
potential for.
The physical interacting with the metaphysical. Harnessing?
Maybe the opposite, making the metaphysical into something mundane that you can touch.
So
No,
making the truth. Oh,
let's not go down that route.
okay.
You do know using the physical to touch the metaphysical. You're not going to affect the shadow
Make
sovereign.
the tree real.
Yeah, you're that's not on the table. It's still trying to use the physical to touch the metaphysical. That is one of the things. And it's definitely not the opposite.
Using the physical to touch the metaphysical.
Maybe we just touch it. Because it's a tree that we can see there, so we can touch the tree. Just say "nah" when it phases through.
Bet. I touched the tree. Does anything happen, Matt?
In what way?
I use my palm and I touch the tree.
Applying nothing with it.
Just my palm.
Your hand goes through it.
Nuh-uh.
You sure you want to go down that route?
No,
That's
no,
for smooth brains only.
despise the nuh-uh route.
What's your what's your int?
110.
Too high for the nuh-uh. You're gonna need a 15 int or lower for the nuh-uh route, and also no intelligence reinforcements.
You see, this is something that I've actually wanted to discuss with you on the nuh-uh boy, because I feel like there could be the smart nuh-uh or smarter nuh-uh.
No, that's the actually route.
That's the one. Yeah.
That.
The actually is what you're looking for. Nuh-uh is the dumb route.
Gotcha. Okay, well, actually, I know I've hit this thing before. It's there.
True.
Let's see. Actually, I coat my hand in in willpower intent, and pray I touch the tree.
Use a prayer and willpower.
Yes.
What's your prayer?
I pray that that I pray to feel well, no, hold on. I pray to touch the metaphysical.
Who are you praying to?
Sturdy lad.
Sorry, lad's dead.
Sturdy lad is dead.
Your hand passes
But
through.
Okay, so then there's nothing akin to a memory of somebody holding power.
I mean, there is a representation in the stumps with the Dow point, but prayer is also just that. It's prayer. Like you're wishing for something. You're believing in something. But what's left is dead remains, and you hauled off the spirit, because trees are built a little bit differently. It's not like the soul lingers where it dies. In fact, most of the time in the cultivator world, once you've cultivated a certain point, the spirit is dense, and the spirit goes with the carcass, usually.
That would
So
have
it's
been really good knowledge. Sorry.
yeah. So it's not like there's a lingering soul that can receive prayer and do something about it. Because the moment you cut that tree down, it loses its character sheet. It's not like it can go, yeah, I hear you, bro. I'll give you some support, and then spend resources. You're talking to a material now, and the material has no means of helping you. Unless you attune yourself to its Dow point and try and leverage the Dow point for yourself. But at that point, that's just exploiting resources. You're not calling upon another power through belief and faith and receiving a benefit, because that's what prayer is. You're wanting to manifest belief that, especially belief in self, that would be prayer to self, and that's a whole different build route. It's the believe it anime protag ability, which you could try and learn. Like, I believe in myself, and I believe so hard I manifest that shit. That's a thing.
I want to do that, but I am picturing the meandering river leaf slowly growing and cultivating, and what that means for me, because I left it with the tree cutting or cutting the moon water.
Sure. I mean,
I knew, or well, I believe that I can bring back the aspect, and I want to bring back the aspect that was lost on my planet.
okay.
And I
So
pray to the belief in myself that I can bring an aspect into this world,
you
and the
haven't
aspect is
generated
spiritual.
faith.
That's fair.
So any belief system runs off faith,
Okay.
which is a resource, and you would generate faith through certain criteria, depending on how you build your build, and then you would spend faith to manifest results, which can be akin to narrative points or other narrative effects. Now, I will ask, if you do go down this path, that's another resource to juggle. That's another slice
Yeah.
of build that you need to focus on, and you've got
Several.
several. It is a potent omni thing, though. Like, it's an omni skill set because you can put belief in just about anything, especially yourself, and have it help with just about anything else. So it is definitely something worth considering. But is that also something you want to even get yourself into? Because that's more time away from sword training. That's more time away from poison. That's more time away from gravity and qigong and other things.
Yeah.
So, but it's doable.
I don't know. Is that what you mean by some people never reach this anyway because they are balancing too many things, that spirit is too far split that they can't?
In a way, yes. In certain cases, adding too many things to your character sheet will prevent your character from growing in the way it needs to grow. Just because you're good at a ton of stuff doesn't mean your character is good at the game. And that could be regardless of how well the player pilots the character, because you're too spread out.
I am unfortunately the living embodiment of that concept, but
Not yet. Like you're still
no, out of character. Me personally,
Oh.
I feel that shit.
Yeah. So the character also, depending on how you build it, can be just woefully behind the power scale. But you can play in just about every part of the game. You're not limited to like, hey, you're a swordsman. Well, there's this bow opportunity for bow people. And you're like, oh fuck that. I don't play with pansy shooty bow stuff. But if you're a generalist, you're like, every opportunity is something for me. Except when you enter that opportunity, there are going to be people who are so overwhelmingly powerful in that one thing because that's their one thing. So generalists aren't too punished, but if you overgeneralize, just like in everything, it sucks. Specialists are a little bit more rewarded, but they're very singular in what they can do. So they're punished in like the breadth of how much their content they're allowed to play with, because not everything is even worth it. So
This sounds like the concept of halvesies taking their half, no matter what you do.
yeah, in a way, yeah. Now there is ways to go around this. It requires some big thinks, big brain stuff. So you can have a bunch of stuff, and it can look like you're a generalist on paper, but everything is connected. A good example of this was when the Nexus system was out. Mr. Johnny here did a thing, and I actually disabled that function in the game because it was just too wildly hard to balance and control. But he connected a bunch of confluxes with a super conflux called the Nexus, and they all interacted with each other, and they were all different things, but because he connected them all, and they all fused with one another in usability and sharing of resources and whatnot, that became a problem, at least for his opponents. So you can generalize, just make sure everything meshes in such a way that they benefit and uplift each other. If you add something to your character sheet that doesn't make everything on your character sheet better, perhaps question, is this worth putting on the character sheet? Is this worth investing time and effort into? Maybe self-belief is one of those systems where just by having it, everything's better. Same with Lar's current system. His faith, destiny, his control over the strings of things amplifies everything he does. So
I would like to create something for self-belief that is directly related to stagnation. Momentum and stagnation.
well, let's start with the basics.
Yes.
A belief system, which will be a spirit purchase. Do you have any adapt in your spirit pool?
That's a great question, and I don't believe I do because spending XP, it's been a minute. What's our total at currently?
I have
And this-
853.
And remember, points that you got in character creation are called mechanical point pool. They're not merit. So the
Yeah.
200 at the start, that's
Mhm.
not merit.
Yeah.
So don't count that towards your total.
Oh yeah, no,
But-
I got that.
William, that doesn't answer
Mhm.
Matt's question, though. You should already have stuff in your adapt pool to utilize. If you don't, then this is a moot.
Well, yes, but
I will let you know how much we have in a moment as I open up my Excel sheet. My summary currently says 857.
857. Oh,
What do you have?
853. I'm gonna say yours is probably more accurate.
Is the guy with the more that has the most accurate?
Exactly.
Always.
Duh. Well, he's got a spreadsheet too, so you can't argue with that.
got all the data.
All the data. So, yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find Chun Po's spreadsheet online that I had, but I was in trouble. But Savilar, what was that website called? Like, is this Microsoft Excel, or because it's not quite Excel, but it is Excel?
I mean, Microsoft Excel is how I created the character sheet in the first place, I guess.
Okay.
It should be on your OneDrive.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Apologies, I'm grabbing. Gotta get a confirmation code through Google.
Yeah, Matt. One thing I'd like to do right now, though, which I talked myself into doing this week, but I never got to do it yet because I should have texted you or something about it, is that I'd like to speak out through my fate connection to Kunimitara and Midnight Sai, and then give them some insights on the opportunity so far. I don't know if they have completed it so far, but that's what I'd like to do, is just let them know about the different aspects of what I've learned and to share upon that.
They're gonna get access to this opportunity, and you're not just supposed to share and ruin it for them, because
Oh.
if you give them the answers, they don't get the gestalt.
I'm not going to tell them the answers. I'm just going to let them know that there's 3.
You sure?
Yeah.
Might miss it up.
The elder
Okay.
did tell us that there were 3. And we've still gotten the Gestalt at least, so it's
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
to at least defend his actions and not accidentally punishing anybody by giving information. You said we had 8-7 or 847. How much?
857.
857. It's been a while.
So, do you have your adapt? That's the real question.
There is merit. I have not had. There is merit that I didn't know I had.
Okay.
There we go. I have in the range of 79 merit, according to what my thing says, but I feel like I'm missing a big point by from one of the things that I should have. So let me double check.
What does your
and make
character
sure
sheet say for your advancements?
what I have. Technically, I'm using both character sheets in the advancements as well as the Microsoft Excel one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of bad at keeping some track of those. But there, that's right. So this total is 857 now. Because that one says I have 254 XP that has
All
not
right,
been
Chun
spent.
Po,
My-
you can use my character sheet, but you need to remember to put your stuff into advancements. Otherwise, you don't spend it.
I've done everything that I can to keep track and mark where and when. Okay, I have Eureka and I have Perfect Practice makes perfect spent. I also have Give to a Deep Forest spent, so that's I believe that what I have spare is within the 70s. I was not aware that we were at 8 because my last check in was within 700 XP. Or at
That still
least
doesn't
780
change whether you
XP.
have points in your adapt pool, because even if you were to onboard that extra merit, adapt pool has to be put in, or points have to be put in an adapt pool before you enter content.
Spirit, Adapt,
And when you put
nothing.
points into your adapt pools, it's considered spent. Basically, you apply it towards the threshold, and then you can
Vested.
use the adapt pool to purchase
Mid
mid-combat, mid-encounter stuff.
mid opportunity.
Usually, you probably want to have 25 in each category at any time, just in case.
Yeah.
That's a lot of merit to be sitting around.
Yeah. I whenever there isn't a RPG that just says, okay, well, you leveled up now, keeping track of what I want to buy with merit and things like that, I end up just sticking with starter gear for too long.
Sure. Let's break you out of that comfort zone and get you a new comfort zone of being a Chad.
One might say a Giga Chad.
Yeah.
The only merit that I could even possibly say is in my adapt pool has aptitudes. It has 5 XP in it, but this is also old and hasn't been messed with. I think that adapt may have been spent at one point because my Excel sheet one does not have any in my spirit adapt. So I don't think that it's there.
Either way, we should move on.
Maybe.
We only have an hour left, and we still haven't finished this opportunity.
Yep.
Eh, eh, eh.
I'd say that we're rather dumped right now. Chuckle or a clap is allowed.
All right, somebody decide to go and then use their turn. Otherwise, I'm going to take your turn.
For it.
Well, you haven't done a turn in a while, so go ahead.
All right. Sublair is going to sit down and pray. He's going to pray to his goddess. Fate Bonds, I wish to call upon your strength, that I, your protector of the card holders, may take this shadow tree and touch upon it to make it recognize you, and in turn, recognize me.
Go ahead and your faith roll.
What was that? I didn't catch that.
Go ahead and make your faith-based roll.
Even further beyond, as I reach the stars, and I will use my fate as a fate point to roll better than a 39. 19, and then I will re-roll with a twin fate. It's a little better. Slash R, 2d10, double 9. So 40, 45, and then that's 2 less. So 47 degrees of success.
Okay. You get an aloofness from them. Go ahead and roll me that D1000. As you know, they're pretty fickle sometimes.
781.
Yeah, they are very aloof. Really have any interest in this tree or recognizing really anyone of the Monterey family or it. Saying, whatever. What a goober. It's not very interested in the tree.
I will pray again. Fate bonds, my goddess. Though this shadow tree is just a shadow compared to yours, I wish for it to know of my presence, to interact with me, for your light to shine upon me instead. And I wished to show them my power, that I am a fated individual. And I know that I am, because I follow in your wake. Please, Fate Bonds, let me use this power to show them that I am also powerful.
Make me another D1000.
33.
That's a
Pretty
double.
good. Yeah. Yeah, well, don't jump too into doubles. So it's gonna give it an eyeball, and it goes. No matter what you do, or what I do, it will not perceive you as powerful. Even if I were to personally make the introduction, nor could I imbue you with any amount of strength that you could survive to make it pay attention.
I understand, my goddess.
I'm not sure even why you want to interact with it in the first place. It seems hungry, and a misstep could be death. Very, very quick and very permanent death. In fact, you don't want its attention at all, because if you have its attention, it will eat you. So, not sure what you're wanting there. Very strange.
Yes, my soul was already damaged from it itself.
You should probably focus on recovery then.
Hmm.
I'm surprised you were also focused on trying to harm it. In fact, that should be the last thing you want to do to it, because that would potentially get its attention, even if it's just a twitch or a spasm. Besides, there are far more dangerous things in the universe, especially on the path, than to harm something.
I suppose I can't just push it away now, can I?
Push wood away.
The shadow itself.
You don't push shadows. Shadows are cast. Many people forget this. That shadows are cast from the silhouette of something. And this is casting the silhouette of something very big. It is so big and the silhouette so dense that the shadow itself is equally dense. So even if it were to be physical, you wouldn't be able to push it anyways. That's not a way to push a shadow at all. So if you ever do fight shadows, at least if not this tier, know that they are not something you approach with well wishes. You could approach it with logic if you had the right mind for it. Behaviorism is going to be a very important study on your path. Why do things do the way they do? Why do they act the way they do? Besides interacting with it physically, trying to push, harm, aggravate, that type of thing, there are far worse things to do to somebody than to just harm them.
Like taking things away from them.
Sure. That is also considered harm.
Mm.
You are bereaving them of something, taking something, theft, stealing. Sure, I would consider that the middle path, but it's still considered under the umbrella of harm.
Mm.
There is one major thing on this path that most people only learn when they have hit the wall. You've cultivated so well, so profoundly, so successfully that you hit a wall. Every cultivator hits this. I myself has hit this. This is the time in which the cultivators become teachers and take on students. Why? And what is that allows them to benefit from taking students when they should just be cultivating further?
Yes, well, of my race, the Saba, we give. And maybe as a teacher, you give something and learn from that action instead of taking.
So you know of give and take. Okay. Give and take is one of the most important sub currents, like a flowing river, a subterranean flow of the path. Give and take is essential. When you have taken too much, you must give. You are in your taking phase. And ironically, taking is also the act of harming. You would think it would be, I give you harm, but what you are is trying to take their life, their dignity, their prestige, the face. You're taking from them by dealing harm to them, taking away their chance of success. I find giving to be far more dangerous and far more lethal than any taking can do.
Thank you, my
How
goddess.
you do that is not so easily done. Taking is as simple as it gets. A child can take. But to give, and to give properly, especially on the path, certain masters may try and do it all their life and they cannot. So, be careful. If you do succeed in your current endeavor, the reaction you might get will be far more dangerous than what you have already received. Was just a passive defense. What if it actively defends? Be ready. Fairly well.
Sublair.
And
Sublair
then
will give
yeah.
the motion of thanks to his
Yeah.
goddess.
The talking constellation filled with, space gas, then just kind of disperses in the stars. The lines between them no longer connect. It's like talking to a constellation, wearing a shawl of nebula.
Sublair is going to activate his aura, his of fate and tribulation, and this time, in this turn, extend it all over his body. Doing, oh man, that's like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And my fatigue. If I just look at this right quick to body. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to insert Shadow Qigong into the little spots that are hollow. I think giving it shadow would be very interesting. But this time protecting myself. Or I die. I guess that's always an option too.
Death.
Can I
Final frontier.
try something before you do something
sure.
that might kill you?
Yes, but you also don't have that conversation of information. That is
Yeah.
not
Yep.
something you can act on. That information,
Yes,
not until
sir.
it's relayed to you.
And well,
I'll go over to the group.
would you
just
relay
so
that?
It makes it easier. And I'll let you guys know that I think why we're trying to damage this tree is the wrong approach. At least in the sense of how we're interacting with the shadow tree. We should try, instead of taking, maybe giving something in return. An offering, perhaps?
Perhaps. I already gave it some shadow qigong. Nothing happened.
But what was the intent of your action?
It was exploratory at that point. I didn't know what it was.
Exactly.
We are trading? Or would it be
Giving tribute to the world.
giving tribute? The opportunity is to learn how to give?
It's not a teaching, remember?
True. Well, that... Hmm. If you... My brain wants to bring up what your goddess said. And I realize I'm not privy to that information.
What aspect have I not told you about, in a sense? Are you talking about, like, how giving can be the most dangerous?
How giving is something that teachers do, and that we are in our taking phase. So shouldn't we try to still take, but to give and take in exchange with the tree, rather than just trying to take and acting like an arrogant cultivator? To ask, to pray and plead and give, but to also ask to take something that they could give. It also seems hungry, so maybe we do just give. And um hmm. Can I try that thing that Chun Po wants to do?
Go for it.
Chun Po takes a solar qigong into his hands, gets down on his knees, and prays to the Shadow Sovereign. May this, may your shadow devour this light, if you see it as food, and may this light cast your shadow to the deepest parts of those forgotten, of the stumps forgotten. And he will try to put the qigong just into the tree itself as a offering and giving. Not trying to pass through the tree, but trying to give it to the tree.
Yeah. So it's gonna permanently strip that qigong. How much light qigong do you got?
Solar Qigong, not too much. Five.
Oh me.
Technically, it says it's tied to willpower, so I think it might actually be 11 now.
Not
but-
tied to willpower. Your evolution qigong's tied to willpower, as that's what you got for your willpower reinforcement.
Interesting. And no, that wasn't marked. Willpower bonus. So that makes my evolution would be 11.
If I'm not mistaken, Matt, it should be you get one per, like, so you get one and then two and then three per willpower reinforcement. Is that how that one works?
Potentially. Yeah.
But I do have more than one Solar Qigong.
Yeah.
Uh,
You have
that-
5.
That's what I have listed, yes.
Roll me a 1d4 plus 1.
This one.
Gonna strip
4.
permanently 4 solar qigong from you. So you're now down to 1. And that's like max solar qigong.
Gotcha.
So like he can't get any more. Is that what you're saying?
He can get more. He's just
Yeah.
4 is
Okay.
permanently stripped from his pool.
I just wanted to make sure.
Nothing happens. It just yum, delicious. Yum.
But it reacted?
No, it's just it's a root. It's a
Okay,
it's a
so it just
projection.
consumed.
It just whole job is to find resources to eat.
Well, I offered 1, it took 4, maybe not. Maybe we don't do that again. There is no give and take. Or if we give, it takes. Sabala, was there anything that you thought that... What was the goddess wanting us to do? Is she wanting us to interact and get a reaction? Or are we... Hey, never mind. I apologize.
My goddess is wonderful. She is wonder itself. She gave me insights and enlightenment of this third opportunity. But I think the most important is that we do not want to be eaten by this shadow tree. It's the last one we want to do. Having our defenses up when this happens, the same way I've hurt my soul because of what I've done to hurt the Shadow Sovereign, just by happenstance. It's a passive aspect of what I did.
Didn't your goddess question why we were interacting with this tree at all? Or, well, we were trying to hurt it. I think maybe she was questioning why we were trying to hurt it.
Sure.
Giving seems to hurt us. Very hungry. And I don't think
So we
afraid...
could give to the corpses here, the stumps. Is the graveyard not normally protected in some way?
Well, I think that would do something, but that's creating a rock and pushing the shadow away, which
Yes, and it does it in a
wasn't.
way that doesn't get the attention, but does do something we want it to do.
It creates the rock for the worm, though, and if we are trying to get something from the worm for this opportunity, then I've already created that rock with the shrine, and I don't
For
mind
that
the
stump.
idea. Yeah. What are you trying to say?
If
Because to
we
me, I've already created that rock. I'm not sure.
consecrate this whole graveyard,
Well, quantity was one of the things that we were having trouble with, so maybe. And that would be taking away the
it wouldn't be
bodies.
taking, it'd be giving to this graveyard, which
It would be
would
pushing out the tree from the graveyard, though, because it has these stumps under its control. Or it is projecting onto these stumps as a essence of it has it. It is like, what was it? It was like animating a dead a shell. I'm sorry. You go ahead and speak.
Oh no, you're good. I was just thinking that perhaps interacting directly with the tree is not the point here, but getting an interaction out of it is.
Well, I believe what using the physical to affect the metaphysical was
Yes, and if we have a physical shrine, that makes the metaphysical leave.
Let's do it. We only have so many days and so much time left.
So you're saying putting a shrine directly into the stumps that are already taken by shadows?
Not necessarily the ones that are taken, but we could try that. But if we
Praying
consecrate
in
this whole place, like set a boundary of, hey, this is an honored graveyard for trees, we wouldn't need a shrine in all of them.
well, here let's say we swung with the nothing, and it leaves, and then we consecrate, and the ritual is banishing out the shadow, creating, consecrating, and making sure that it never returns. Would you say that is our ritual?
Well, what sort of consecration are we going to perform?
Prayers?
I don't have that many axes.
Even stones piled high qualify.
Oh, what I'm saying is every swing of an axe using the nothing will destroy the axe.
Right. Hmm. Well, do we want to try and create a shrine and banish the spirit with prayer?
I suppose making
And
it not a stump anymore.
Well, the stumps will still be here. Those are like
Right.
gravestones.
You could, yeah, turn them into a gravestone in a sense instead of an actual stump, though.
do we carve holy symbols into them and then press our Dao points into the stumps
I don't know
and
any
make
holy
them the
symbols.
objects?
I think you're misunderstanding. We're not doing anything to the stumps. We're setting up a shrine here.
One shrine for all of it.
One shrine for the graveyard.
Do we just push more into the shrines that we already have to just cover the graveyard, or
Well, mine is already set to ring every year in memoriam, or memory of the tree.
do we make it?
Did
Is that
did the shadows do anything when it rang out the first time, by the way? Upon making it? ODM.
Repeat yourself, fool.
When I first created my shrine, and it rings
Mhm.
every year, including when I made it, did it do anything to the shadows briefly when it rang
No.
out? No.
It's a shrine.
So maybe not doing a shrine for the whole place. That probably wouldn't work. Unless I guess the idea is that it's the whole place. Whereas that was a shrine for just it.
You think if we headbutt it enough, it'll do it? Nah, that's too flavored.
Hey Matt,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go up to the tree that I cut,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to um, put my aura around my body, spending 150 on my gated fatigue to protect myself in this action. As I'm going to put Shadow Qigong into the places that I cut as an apology to the tree and giving it the Shadow Qigong to help repair the cut.
Like, as in the felled tree?
No, the one that I was at, the shadow. Remember when I and I took all the soul damage to the open wound in a sense.
There's no open wound, not anymore. There was an outburst, but
Okay,
that was damaging a temp health bar.
I got you. Instead, I will put the Shadow Qigong inside those small specks and fill them with Shadow Qigong instead.
Now, how about your total max shadow Qigong pool?
So I currently have. I have 50. Plus
Okay.
20. 70.
Roll D1d69 plus 1 to see how many shadow Qigong this thing rips out of you permanently.
No, that's not it.
Nom nom.
I will use a fate point. To roll lower? Does lucky work there or no?
Did you roll in the direction that you wanted?
And it's in the opposite direction.
All right, roll again.
Better.
43. And then I will use Twin Fate to roll again. Lower than 43.
Hip hop. No.
Wow. Okay. 40 Shadow Qigong.
Yep. Yum. It's still a root. If you presented energy, it will eat.
So I'm putting it in those little spots though this time.
It doesn't care as you're
Okay.
putting it into contact with it. It's not a physical entity where it has dividing flesh layers. Even if you put it towards the polygons that are empty and you're trying to fill the empty polygons, it just absorbs it before
Gotcha.
you even inject it. And nothing happens. Just food was presented. It ate.
Okay. And with that offering, I will make a memorial for this shadow tree stump as it accepted my offering.
It did not accept your offering. It ate. You know there's a distinct delineation. This thing is not consciously accepting anything. It is devouring resources in the environment when it presents itself. It's like breathing. The air is not giving you offerings of air every breath. You are
Right.
taking. This thing is just taking from you. It's not accepting any conditions. Or if it is, it's just ignoring the conditions because it's just taking from you. you have a distinct feeling you guys have gone so far off track of what you're supposed to be giving as the clue that, you know, this is why this is dangerous. This is why this is far more difficult to properly do than taking. Taking is ridiculously easy. Giving often results in fuck all, and you just taking loss after loss after loss. It's when you give correctly that you get the result that you're looking for, and you have to be very clever and very precise with its execution, and you have to do the correct type of giving. And exposing it to qigong and exposing it to prayer and all that stuff, you feel with your connection to fate that if you keep going down this path, more and more stuff gets ripped off your sheet and you get nothing for it, and you will break down as cultivators, and this is where your game stops. So give with care, because you can take pretty carelessly. You cannot give carelessly, as shown by the stripping of your qigong.
So that's kind of a counter. You can give carelessly, but you won't get the result you were hoping for. But the thing is, we don't have a result to hope for yet. We're throwing things and hoping for the best.
Well, that's why we're at a wall.
Yes.
Right. What I'm trying to say is don't do that.
Yeah.
You can... Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Like, there's no direction.
Yep.
And in doing so, we are hurting ourselves. Which
Yes.
we either stop giving. I don't think we can take. We've been trying to take. It hasn't done anything. Now we're thinking of giving, and that's just hurting.
Yeah, which is why these are opportunities. You had to work progressively harder and harder and harder to get the extra opportunity gestalt. And you guys knew from the divination that Lar had, the third one was going to be virtually impossible to get.
Impossible.
Because it is
Yeah.
so hard to conceptualize. There's only one correct answer, and there's no direction. But you do have 3 clues. Try to use the physical to touch the metaphysical. It is related to giving rather than taking. And you should not use any resources whatsoever. No energy, nothing. And you guys were using energy as a gift,
Yeah.
which already
Yeah,
broke one of the 3 rules,
That's fair.
or
Yeah.
the pieces of information. So
In using a Tao point to infuse the physical, is that a resource use?
I mean, it is technically, a resource.
Okay.
But it's in a paradoxical state of like, once it's infused, which becomes a passive resource or a passive feature on the thing. So it's not like you're spending energy like I am spending key to imbue my next whatever. So there is
Okay.
that. So it's if you imbue things with a resource and that imbuement is long term, that kind of fits that weird like middle ground, the subliminal state of being an energy resource, but it's also now a permanent thing. Yeah. So
Give, not to take. Physical with
use-
the meta.
yeah, don't use active energy. And it's a giving. So you have 3 major clues. Yeah.
Ay.
And opportunities, which is why they're not lessons. You have to seize the opportunity, which is why you could end up walking away without this 3rd gestalt and have only clues as to what it was. And even if you do figure it out outside the opportunity, you still miss the gestalt. So
The tree. I don't know. My brain says picture it as a greedy young cultivator ready to absorb all things. It is an opportunity for us to teach, to give, but to give correctly. And there's one thing that we're supposed to give.
right, but again, giving is an asset. Giving is a tool used to further and deepen your ability to cultivate. So you're not, in this case, at least for Laura's the way he explained it, you're not here as a teacher. You can give as a student. You can give as someone of lesser position or lesser cultivation. You're not here to teach it a lesson. You're not here to teach it anything. You're here to give. But what and how and why and in what way? And using the other two clues as a guideline.
Let's go with the metaphysical. Doesn't cost resources.
Because otherwise it just eats what you're doing.
Savalair will bow in respect to the Shadow Sovereign tree.
You bow to a tree, nothing happens.
Hey, I'm giving my respect, guys. It did not work. That is not the lesson, the try.
But that may be something you hold in your back pocket for another opportunity, because there could be an instance where giving respect is.
Mm.
Yeah.
And it's something physical. So.
I don't think giving this shade would do anything. It's a spirit, it respects rituals. Can we go 30 more minutes?
Sure.
I need to get going here soon because I'm helping somebody move today.
Right. Okay.
If you'd like, I could stick around for another 30 minutes after session. I am no longer so gosh dang pressed for time in every aspect, at least today. I have a little bit of breathing room. So yeah, I can do another 30 minutes if you'd like. Especially if you're on a train of thought and you want to keep going.
Yeah. What does a tree... okay. What can I give a tree what can I give a metaphysical tree physically that I would be seizing an opportunity to... Wait, no, seizing the opportunity to give? In the chopping opportunity?
Mm-hmm.
Chun Po, do you have any insights or enlightenments you'd like to use?
Yes, I do, but I don't know what question to attach it to.
You can use it to with my current thought process, your current to physically give to the metaphysical to seize. You can be like, is there any validity in that, or is there any?
I will spend that martial insight then. Down to
Okay.
5.
Chop them up. They do not flow into one another. There's not a combination that you use. They are individual things. The physical to metaphysical. You're not trying to physically give a metaphysical being something, or you're not in that case, or you're at least the flow of your thought. You're still trying to give. and you're still trying to do something from the physical to the metaphysical. So a good example from the physical to metaphysical is if you can just touch it, you've already succeeded. If you can touch the metaphysical with a physical body, that's a success. Doing it without a resource is way harder, because the moment you like enshroud your body or your hands or a weapon with an
Yeah.
energy source like sword power, ki, qigong, sometimes even your outright Tao, if you manifest it hard enough, you are sheathing yourself in energy.
Which
How
is
can you do
different
that
from
without energy?
Yeah.
So, especially if you use an active energy resource pool, that's definitely stay away from that. But if you can figure out also how to interact with the metaphysical, with your physical body, without having to manifest something within you, maybe just sheer will or intent. If you can get your intent and sheer will to be able to touch it, now you're onto something.
But by sheer will costs a resource.
Ain't it just? But remember, that's not technically correct, because sheer will technically has a different resource pool than the others. It's a earner resource pool. You earn fatigue. You don't spend fatigue. And those will be very different and very important mechanics going forward. If you do something and you earn a resource in a pool, it's an earner pool. If you try and do something and you spend from a pool, it's a spender pool. And they both have different mechanics, and they are both separate entities mechanics wise, as they have different rules and they operate very differently. And sometimes, like in this instance, spending and earning have different lore meanings. So, and if you really want to go down the rabbit hole, you could potentially try and project the idea that using a spender pool is taking and using an earner pool is giving. But that's also like, how deep do you want to go down the rabbit hole and whether that's actually true or not. So, but again, subjective truths. Maybe you build your truth around that concept, and it's subjective to you. So, joke aside, that it, by sheer will does give you fatigue. If you can manifest will and intent enough, heck, maybe even without a roll, and you're able to go, boop, I touch you. That's winning right there. You can feel that that's pretty big. And we already touched upon the, don't use energy, because if it's a physical energy, like from a resource pool that you spend from, you're more likely going to get that stripped out of you permanently by the tree, because it's like, ooh, food. It looks like passive manifestation is okay, like manifesting your Tao into a weapon or using martial Tao points to infuse something permanently. Looks like a bridge, which is pretty good. The giving part's what flips this entire thing on its head.
I'd like to use a sword enlightenment if I can, Matt.
Sure.
My thought process.
Can I apologize, I don't want to interrupt you, but Liron said that he couldn't stay, and we only got about 5 minutes left. Liron, is there anything you want to do real quick?
Not particularly. I'm just thinking.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right. So my sword enlightenment. My thought process is here is that what about if I offer blood? It is a physical aspect, or coating it around my finger to touch the tree.
For what purpose? Because now you're just giving recklessly.
Mm,
Because what if it likes your blood and then takes all of your blood?
mm.
Vitae is also a spender resource pool, mechanically.
Right.
Technically.
I could do temporary wounds though. But maybe that's not what I'm thinking here then. So I'm going to spend the Sword Enlightenment still. Okay, yeah, blood was
Sure.
my thought process here as the thing to give, but like you said, it could be something that it could just take.
What we give is the next thing, but actively touching, we're giving it effort, I think. I think, well,
mm,
because if it's a willpower thing, and I believe hard enough that I can touch the tree,
but for what
then
purpose, and how does that make it react?
that's the aspect. I don't. To give it something, I would want to give somebody something they want. But
Again, giving and taking do not have to be at the benefit of the person receiving the giving or taking. You do not have to give it something it wants.
then I would say giving it a lesson, but that's me teaching.
Yes, and you are not qualified as a teacher. You're still in your taking phase.
Yeah.
You don't really have much to give other than things you can't afford to lose.
So how can I give? If I am weak and I cannot afford mercy at this time.
I'm gonna go get.
That is the dangerous conundrum you're in. What can be given that you can afford at a stage where you can't afford to give anything?
That sounds like it's impossible.
Hence, we're back to why the third thing might be just outright impossible. How many
Something-
protagonist points you got left? I know you spent one.
Nope,
you
that's the
still-
only one I got.
Okay.
I have plot armor. That's the next thing.
Okay. You do feel through your protagonism, even though you can't act on it without your protagonist point, that nothing's impossible with enough main characterism. Woo!
So
Yeah, no, jokes aside, you do feel it's possible, but you have an inkling of a sensation that's why there's only one right answer. It is literally impossible except for one thing. And if you figure out that one thing, it is very possible.
Determination.
to give
Let you respawn. It's OP.
And as a note, from what Lar relayed, even their god, their goddess, Fate Bonds, thinks giving is far more dangerous and far more lethal than any form of taking. Or at least certain parts of giving. But you've also seen the other part of giving, where it's basically helpless. The takers will continue to take forever and forever, and you will get nothing for it, except for loss.
I can
That
give,
is-
but I can still receive something.
Not really. That's not the point of giving. That's the point of taking. Now, in this case, there is a thing called reciprocity, but you're probably not going to get it from this thing. So, giving to get something in return, exchange of give.
To give and take.
Yes, mostly this is to give and take. This is not a give to give.
So I never got anything on that Sword Enlightenment yet,
You
Matt.
didn't
Can I-
specify. You just
I
said
was
I
no.
spent-
Dude, Chun Po was like, "Hey, I'm going to do something," and I never got
Right.
to say anything after that. Can
Apologize.
I finish what I was wanting to do?
Yeah, I didn't consider it spent because you didn't specify.
Yeah. So the specification here now is the using my sword enlightenment.
Yeah.
Is giving the death of the tree we cut a tribute?
Mm-mm. It is not.
Okay. Okay. So we can't just say, "Hey, here's the death of the tree," and give it that to interact and start another shadow tree. Okay.
It's not yours to give. You took the death. You took
Mhm.
life from it.
Yeah, and I
And-
took it, and now
Yeah.
can I give it back because it's underneath my fingers? The same sword precept I have.
Again, that's the dangerous stance of, yeah, you took, and
Yeah.
now you technically can give, but that doesn't mean you're going to get anything back. You're just
Okay.
You're just taking to give for someone else to take, and that's not anywhere near where you're wanting to go.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
What could I give that would
Well,
force
Chun
it
Po.
to give
Hey.
something to me? Yes, what?
Just let me finish this one, I
Sorry.
guess, Matt,
Go
and
for it.
then we can go on.
Yeah. So with the alignment, I'll give you clarification. When you exchange sword blows with a teacher,
Yeah.
there is a lot more that goes into just the impact of the sword. Especially when somebody's trying to give you lessons, trying to
Yes.
teach you rather than, takes from you. What's the difference between and when you cross blades between a taker and a giver? And it's not the immediate four things you think of.
I was thinking action, but it's not the immediate four things I think of. Impact is one of them. So I can't use that as a reference.
Because there is you get impact from both sides.
Yeah.
The action is taken on both sides.
Yeah. Force. The intent.
Sure. Yes, that's a difference. The intent from a competitor versus a teacher.
Yeah.
But that's where that intent part comes in that you already know you need.
Yeah.
The intent behind a teacher and a student or another competitor is vastly different, or should be.
Yeah.
In the regards of giving and taking. But not quite.
Yeah, it's almost like being seen is what it reminds me of.
True. That is a much deeper concept. That is a kind of an eight trigrams relationship chart type of exploration. The
Yeah.
scene being recognized, being interacted with by, mother,
Yeah.
father, sister, son, or daughter, son type of relationship of
Yeah.
the 8 trigrams, but not here.
Mhm.
Casey, you can go ahead and do your thing. We'll go,
Very
for
Thanks,
the
Casey.
extra, we'll go for the extra 30. So that the ideas continue to flow.
Sure, sure. Have a nice day.
Have a good one. Be safe out there. Excuse me.
All right, Chun Po, go for it.
A teacher tries to embody or tries to give lessons, to give hints when not giving them just giving the answer would be like giving the resource. That's not the point. You give them clues to find the resource. And in the student finding the resource, the master gains a better understanding of what they were full on. No.
Don't need to worry about the reciprocity part. The master gives to the student because they do also receive something through reciprocity. It doesn't always trigger, and that's why you have to give and give and give and give as a master. But masters can also give without losing anything because, again, as you pointed out earlier, they're not weak. They have a lot. And in fact, if they have to give, they can give items. If they have to, they have plenty of resources that they can continue to give, and it's not much of a loss because, as you said, they're very full. But they also give endlessly without losing anything. All
Yeah,
your
for
masters
example.
give and give. Yeah. Good.
And they
Sorry.
they give from their experience they have too. Like that's one aspect of just like because they have experience, they can provide it to their person in front of them. Because you wouldn't be able to go against them or at least get anything out of it if they didn't have experience to provide or knowledge in this case. But that's more of a metaphysical thing. Um,
To an extent, you have so much that you start to produce your own. So you're not spending, you actively make to give.
But also, sometimes a giving is a renewable resource or an infinite resource, depending on what you pull from. Because a teacher can also give the same thing to many different people, and it's all giving. And that resource is renewable so long as they don't forget that they have it. So they don't lose anything except for the time and effort they need to impart the giving. So yeah, wisdom is definitely something that masters have, that students seek, and that's why students take and masters give. But this is something a master and a student can do. And it's dangerous and it's lethal. And it's something you give.
yeah, death was one of my things I was thinking of too. Right? It's just like because this is a death tree.
Yeah. Neck pop.
So to give challenge?
Would you be able to provide or give challenge to this tree in any meaningful
No.
capacity?
No. I am not at the stage that I ever could. But a student could give challenge to a teacher.
Sure. But you're not trying to teach this thing,
No.
which is where we're starting to get lost in the examples.
Trying to give something in a meaningful way that I get something back.
You don't have to get something back.
I have to
Mm.
not lose anything. I have to give without losing?
You give without losing would be a good step, because if you just continue to give and only lose, that's not a game you want to continue to play. Unless you have a lot to lose, but you don't.
Killing intent is one of the other ones that I've always been thinking about for this.
Right, but you don't have
yeah.
enough to give.
Exactly. I don't have enough deaths or killing to present it.
And some people replace their killing intent with serenity or an aloofness, where it's like, I don't feel killing intent. I just don't care. You're just in the way.
My other one that is physical that it interacts with the metaphysical is emotion, is that aspect.
Remember,
Yeah.
chop them up. Do not.
Yeah.
The clue that you got was they're all separate parts with a punctuation afterwards, as in they're different sentences. You will need all of them, but they're not related to one another.
So they
in
don't form a sentence, it's just several sentences to win?
It's using each sentence in its own way, because you need to. Don't use
Oh,
resource.
yeah.
You want to be able to touch it And these are all individual like things you're picking up. Like these are important individually.
Yeah,
But if you're able to put these 3 separate sentences together, give using physical to touch metaphysical, and don't use resources, you can use all those separately together in the right way, you then are on your way to figuring this out. So
On the way. Okay.
yeah, but you have the clarifications of each. So in giving, in very specific instances, giving is turbo lethal, turbo dangerous, but in a very specific manner. And a student or teacher, weak or strong, can do this.
The question becomes what to give.
And it has to be something that you can afford. So it needs to be without loss. And it's something you can give. And you do know you have the means to give it. So big brain philosophy stuff, just like I promised. Heh, heh, heh.
Super dangerous, super lethal that I can give.
Mhm.
Okay. I need to be able to touch it. I need to be able to give something. I need to be able. It's going to be super lethal.
Don't spend any resources or lose anything.
Resources, don't lose anything. I give my life.
That is a resource, my bud. Because
yeah.
your life is also connected to your health pool. And your health pool is a spender resource pool. Mechanically, at least. Technically.
So when we're looking at earning.
And also, you don't want to be giving up your life here. Because if you give up your life, your character retires here.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
Yep.
Don't need to do it again.
Yeah. Jasmine tea time. Mac, 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 mac.
Okay, we'll take. Okay. When you say earning fatigue, could I give my effort and my will and my determination?
But what does that do? Well, for what purpose?
It was supposed to go in tandem with trying to chop the tree, but
Again, trying to chop the tree is taking.
touching the physical. But
'Cause-
that
Because
I thought that
chopping,
was how we touched.
that's a method of touch, but that is not.
Okay.
The act of chopping usually means with intent to chop. And chop is to split things, especially in the into multiple pieces. And that's a taking action, which is why you don't have to deal damage to it. You don't have to bring harm to it.
I have to
You only
touch
have to touch
and
it.
give. And I have to give something that anyone can give.
That
Is
is without
super
cost,
lethal,
without
cost.
resource, and is lethal and dangerous.
We are just simply at the word. Hope?
Hope, can you give it?
that its time will return, or that the time that it knew before the bustling world may return?
Nope.
No.
That is not a hope you can give it, because there's no way to manifest that in a meaningful capacity to actually have hope.
That I will be walking down the path, and that I will do my best to teach the teachings and to like create shrines and to do things in the way that it knew.
Sure, but that doesn't change the era. That doesn't take it back to the area before the primordial era. In fact, unless you're actually killing this era outright and
I've
bringing
considered
back
it.
the era before the primordial era, which you need to know exactly what that is. You need to know it so
Mm.
perfectly and intimately you can recreate it. Which is technically not really possible because you're not the path. You're not the. You don't
Yeah.
have the history of the world or the path or the eras. So bringing back that era is
Impossible.
impossible.
And giving it
Um,
hope of it is impossible.
I mean, you can instill the principles that you've learned about that, which is ritualism, spiritualism, occultism, um, narrative aspects, symbolism, like a whole bunch of isms.
Isms.
Yeah, isms. Isms. Recording
Even the
skill loses mind.
tisms.
Sometimes the tisms. So, not bad. But again, hope is not something you can give. Not in that capacity. And also, what type of hope would you bring this thing? It's doing perfectly fine in this era. It's more unshackled and unfettered by this era than it was in the era it was born in. So why would it want to go back? It's stronger than ever because the world principles don't know what to do with this thing. And it just does whatever it wants. People in the physical world had to contain this thing like an SCP because it was that bad.
Matt, I have something.
Ooh.
If you can shot back to me for a second, if you're if you're done,
Go for it.
Chun Po, that is.
Yep, go for it.
So I'm going to use another sword enlightenment, and I'm going to go back to from that same sword fight that I was in, and something that both a student and a teacher could give. And we know it's not a lesson. We know it's not killing intent. We know it's not respect. But what about time? What about the time it
loss.
takes? But can we, as cultivators, don't we gain?
Yes, but you're
time
still
back?
losing time.
Mm.
And you do not want to give this thing time because you're pretty sure it can eat your time principles, and which
Of
means
course.
it'll eat
Yeah.
your time, and then that's life, and that's losing a resource.
Yeah. Okay.
So time is a communal resource that everyone runs on the collective schedule.
It is something
But
physical
everyone,
though. But yeah,
yeah,
it's also yeah.
but everyone pulls from that resource at all times.
Gotcha.
Pun intended.
Okay. Shit.
Can I do one?
Well, no, because he's using an enlightenment, so we gotta
Yeah.
finish the enlightenment first.
Yep.
So in the clashing of blows, I'm going up against a teacher of a mist in a sense that I don't know who am I going up against, but let's just say it's my teacher, duality, and duality is trying to teach me something, and it's something I can give as well.
Also, maybe you learn. There's also other teachers as well, like Undying
Yeah.
Sword Elder.
Or vicarious. There's lots of individuals that I respect and that I look up to. And I know it's not respect, and I know it's not killing intent, and I know it's not time. I know it's not. Um, I know it's not impact. It's not experience. It's not blood. It's not sweat and tears, and it's not emotion. Um, I guess my question is it something active within our sparring match, or is it something that's looked at after the sparring match?
Both.
It's both. So it's
Oh yeah, both. In fact, you have it before, and it lingers between the sparring matches, and it's in everything you do.
I think I know. Maybe.
experience in everything you do.
There in every exchange.
Yep.
It's there in every lesson. It's there between the matches. It's there for discussions before and after. Like it's there.
But what it's not is when you're not doing anything.
You could be meditating,
You could be meditating,
and
but
you
that's
could still be
something.
doing it.
But
Yeah,
that's doing
you could.
something. That's the same as having the intelligence, swiftness quality where you
I
rest.
suppose if you are deep in sleep and nothing is going on,
Mhm.
and you're not dreaming, then nothing is happening. Yes,
I just.
but it's there in dreams.
So it could be experience, or it could be a story. Could be. Okay. Well, I guess that's good enlightenment for myself. So
I think I know.
okay. Are you going to
I-
use any of your enlightenment, or are you just going to say it?
Well, I think the aspect of it is to no balls it, but I could also very much die because it is still giving, and I don't know if it is something that can be taken. But I didn't think my death could be taken until it happened.
Yeah, because if
And
they take your death, you can't die, and if they take your life, then you do die. But if they take your life and your death, what happens to you? That's weird. That's why taking is so strong, but it's always outclassed by giving in the narrow fields that giving is the best.
I'll sit and talk with Savalair before I just do it. I think we should give it kindness. But that could be something stripped away out of us, and that would suck.
Like Vicarious is not kind.
Yeah, I know. Has she done this opportunity?
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay, well.
And got this one as well, probably.
And potentially the secret fourth.
Yeah. Oh, you fucker.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm
Like
telling you, like, if we talk to those old trees, there's something there. The vacation spot is a great opportunity. Okay. One of the things the reason I thought it was being kind and giving kindness is that, well, it's free to be kind. It costs nothing to be kind. It also costs nothing to be an asshole. But never mind.
So, Chun Po, you come up to me and you're like, "Hey, is it kindness?" And I'm like, "I don't think so. That's more of an emotion, and I've already tried that."
Gotcha. All right. Well, give it pause. That just sounds like I'm trying to fit the word in. Son of a bitch. I would like to spend a martial insight and going through words in my brain, trying to figure out what needs to be given, or if that is also what I am giving. What I am giving and how I am giving it is. I need to be able to have the right word and the right process. And trying to, I guess, go back through what I saw on my protag point. Whether I meditate and try to slow it down, or it's just a haze at that point.
Bit of a haze.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Can an insight be used like that
Like what?
to try and fill in the blank of what to give it?
Let's give you the answer though.
So no more hints to give, but you still don't get the point. What I hate is that none of this answers whether or not we would even be able to do it, because the quantity aspect is still ungodly large. Something a student or a master could give. Honor? Is honor a resource pool?
But what would be the point? How would honor get the result you're looking for? So you're trying to get it to react.
We have technically gotten it to react, but it's
Mhm.
not the reaction we want, or not the reaction that the opportunity is wanting us to grasp.
So respect and honor would give nothing, because it won't. There's no respect or honor that would get it to react. It's the same thing as the bow earlier that Lar did. Just to double check about the respect. And it doesn't even see you. So respect and honor is either done through like faith or belief, but that's usually through an effigy. You know, I show my respect to the statue of so and so, or it's done to the in front of the literal person, or in a social sphere, because it's a social construct. Honor is a social contract or construct.
Where you give the fist before and then after the fight kind of thing as well. It's like that's just not it.
You're pretty sure this thing has no honor. It doesn't care.
Yeah.
So it's next week, evidently. I got ready to go, called and asked where to go. Like,
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss.
I guess.
We're still in the same boat.
No, we're not. I think we're getting lots of insightful enlightenments for ourselves when we're using them. We're getting answers that are.
I can tell you what it's
saying,
not.
Yes, exactly, and that's something.
But
and
what
it's
is it not?
related to the theme of martial arts and wuxia, right? It's not just out of left field that Matt's trying to present it to us. It's not like
Technically, for me, it's so out of left field that wuxia is stuff that I grasp what it does, but not understanding it and the lore and the like what is created. And I forgot that Dantian was a thing when I almost died in poisoning my Dantian.
Don't
But
do that.
yeah, I apologize.
Apologize for what?
Frustration.
Oh.
Um, if we are just trying to see it, and once we see it, it sees us, and it's not respect, we are trying to give it. It's not a challenge. We're trying to give it. I don't want to say physical. I'm not giving it a body. Form? No. Like we acknowledge its existence. We give
I
it
already said that.
acknowledgement?
I already said
Courtesy? Okay.
that. I feel like it's close to experience. Merit might be the word Matt's trying to make us say, but I don't think so.
Merit sounds like it would cost us something. Well, no. I think that might be it. Can I give it merit?
I mean, you can give anything merit.
Is giving merit something deadly and lethal?
Yeah, but it's not like also you could say it's merit, but merit is something physical. But it's also like, during a match and after a match. Like you're not just gonna get it for these things. I guess you could get merit with after finishing a match from a teacher, and then also getting it after, but I don't think it is merit, and it's not time.
Merit will never be the answer in any of the philosophical puzzles.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you that hint now. Merit is a fourth wall resource.
Yeah. It's a
And I will.
representation of something for sure,
Right.
but it's not like the answer.
Yeah, it's kind of in the game. It would be represented as a well of vibrancy, a well of potential in your
Yeah.
body, and it fills and empties. But it's never going to be an answer to a puzzle unless the puzzle's all about fourth wall breaks, which I'm trying not to do in this particular module.
Yeah, for sure.
There might be a Deadpool-esque character who just
Yeah.
breaks the fourth wall,
It's fine. Yeah.
but that's a NPC build.
A run for its money?
For what purpose?
Yeah, no, but that's like the same thing to me as like a challenge, but we are not a challenge for this.
Correct.
So is
But you
it
don't have to be.
challenge?
You don't
Okay,
have to be a challenge. And a challenge is not always lethal or dangerous, because to it, for you to challenge it, that's not lethal or dangerous.
So this has to be
Yes.
something that can risk it too.
It doesn't
me
have to.
giving it.
You just have to get it to react.
I mean, simply cutting down a tree gets it to react, though.
That's a take.
Planting a
Trying
tree?
to.
Giving it a seed?
Nope. Again, you are trying to do all of the things I've already previously stated. And
one aspect, but I think we should probably use enlightenment on this, is a name. But I don't think that's, I mean, it's a way to maybe get its attention.
you're not going to get a name from it, from any
yeah,
research
give it a
that you
name.
have.
Um,
That'd be taking if we were trying to get its name.
Yes, that would be taking.
Yeah.
Naming's very dangerous,
mhm.
but not quite lethal. Now, as a note though, dangerous and lethal doesn't have to be immediate.
Yeah, it's true.
So
Give it a jump scare?
How do you scare it though?
Give it fear? Which wouldn't cost us anything. But how do we scare it? Can you give fear?
Yes.
Mhm.
Is giving fear lethal and dead challenge? Is giving fear lethal? I guess it can be.
Yeah, it can be.
And so touching it from the from the physical to the metaphysical. Can I scare this tree of being chopped down? Can I give it a fear of me? Can I insight to see if fear is what would qualify?
did you say fear?
Yes, I want to give it fear.
Okay, but what would it fear?
Getting chopped down.
It doesn't. You will not chop it down, so it has nothing to fear.
Just fear nothing.
Does fear nothing.
Right, but you won't be the one that's chopping it, and the
Yeah.
sword of nothing is not like some sort of Tao you can enforce down the entire chain of roots. That nothing sword only cuts what it passes through and can extend no further than the
Yeah.
vessel it's inhabiting.
It was mostly just a joke.
Tea. Delicious.
That's the answer right there. Always knew it.
Give it tea.
Spill the tea.
Courage?
To what end?
Sorry, I will go through a dictionary just to find the right word.
That is not helpful at all. What do you learn from that? Use
To
some
give it
enlightenment.
I only have one.
You'll get more
I
next
have
session.
martial insights, but is it one a session, and you can't stock more?
Whatever the ability says.
All I have is martial enlightenment ×1. Can be used as an upgrade clue, create a branch of research. Martial enlightenment for the sword ×1.
That sounds like it just gives you one that's non-renewable.
Yeah,
Unless it
that's what I.
specifically, unless it states that it gives you more every session.
Yeah, that's why I haven't used it. I have one.
But what's the point of stockpiling them?
I don't even know how to get more than one. I believe I got this one from reaching tier 10 with sword, or not tier 10, but with part 10 of our sword training that actually made us swordsmen.
That's a sword enlightenment, not just an enlightenment.
That's the one that I have of a sword enlightenment.
Then keep it.
Otherwise, I don't have other enlightenments. I can keep on using insights, but that's all I got. Like, I still got 5 of those. Opportunity?
No, you're here to take that.
And it's here to give opportunity?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
Not a shadow tree, I guess.
So what end is an acceptable end? Because every time that I keep asking, it's to what end?
Yep. To what end is to get a reaction out of it from a touch.
Touch it and it react.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't
And it
fear
doesn't
me,
have to
so it
be.
doesn't.
It doesn't have to be a lethal reaction. It just needs to react.
We give it a shock? A knock? No, that's fine.
What
Give it a
rhymes with shock,
clock.
guys?
We're about 15 minutes away from going over a whole hour.
I'll tell you
Fine.
how much time we've spent so far. It's been 5 hours and 38 minutes.
Physically touch the metaphysical without spending anything and to get a reaction. I'm giving it something a master can, student can give to each other. Dangerous and brutal, and you said brutal and lethal, or dangerous and lethal?
Dangerous and lethal, yeah. They are not mutually inclusive. They can be lethal, dangerous, or both. Or neither.
Okay. Can give them a Dow battle?
You ready for a
sounds-
dab battle?
Very dangerous.
Dangerous, sure.
Give them an ultimatum? I don't know. Fuck. I feel like ushering a challenge and kind of coincides with Dow battle, and challenge he didn't seem to give a shit about. You can't block his path because, well, it's a tree and it doesn't exactly move.
Wonderful.
Hmm.
Insight? Clues? Teachings?
Not teachings.
Well, yeah, we're not teaching.
Epiphany? Like, you ever seen somebody stumble into or like create an analogy or give an analogy that the student just says something and it clicks for the teacher?
What is that?
A idea?
Does that fit the bill?
I think. I touch the shadow tree with my hand and
Passes through.
um I don't know how to give it an idea or what idea to give.
Hmm.
I think there's also steps to this process too. an idea's great. I think that's a pretty solid answer. But like, what are the things we talked about to make up this thing?
Well, go through the checklists.
Yeah, right.
Does it cost you
So-
resources?
To give it an idea? No, we're just speaking.
Okay. Um, is it something that you can give without taking loss?
Yeah.
Okay.
That goes into we're just talking.
Is it dangerous and also not dangerous?
yes.
Yeah.
I have an
Is it
idea.
le-
Let's jump off.
Is it
Sorry.
lethal or not, and also not lethal, depending on?
Sure.
Not at this very. It could be.
Right? Can it be both?
Sure.
Lethal.
It
Can
could
it be
also be.
neither?
Yeah. Could totally be neither.
All right. It sounds like that fits a lot of check boxes.
Okay. So
Does
the
it
idea.
also something that not bring harm, or is it non-violent?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what idea is one that the Shadow Sovereign would react to?
How do you manifest an idea? How do you project an idea without verbal?
Without
Could write
verbal?
it.
Right. Well, if you talk at the tree and you're trying to give it a verbal idea, it's not listening. You're not going to get a reaction no matter how long you talk. You can talk for the rest of your life and it's going to do nothing because it's not reacting to even you attacking it. So talking at it's not going to work. Which is why you figured out potentially a candidate for the giving part. But you still need the other two pieces, which is don't use any resources, which seems like this one does. But there's also the missing part of physical to metaphysical. Maybe you need to dial it back from metaphysical to physical to metaphysical. Mm-hmm. How do you impart an idea to something that's not listening, that can't even hear you if it wants, or if it, doesn't even know you exist? And also, do you need to have the Shadow Sovereign itself react, or just the projection that you're interacting with here?
Okay, so how does a root react to an idea that doesn't acknowledge that I exist? Or doesn't
very
know I'm
hungry.
there?
It's very hungry.
It
Well,
is
it is
very
hungry.
hungry.
But also, even the protrusions all the way down here have passive defenses at the wazoo.
Mm-hmm.
And you had remarked earlier that there are multiple ways to combat a target without actually having to do violence upon it. And sometimes it's worse. What is one of those ways that you can combat somebody without using violence on them?
Change their mind.
That's one. But you do that through.
Pointing them to a easier target?
I,
Yes, but not what I was trying to assist you with.
Sorry.
You don't need to be sorry. It's just
conversation.
Changing their mind. Doing that through.
the form of
The
combat.
Dow debate.
That's the one.
Yeah.
The Dao battle.
Change their mind through Dao battle.
Or subject them to ideas with punctuation, with heft. And powerful entities have Dao imbued in their existence, like you guys have with the second part of the Gestalt.
Yeah.
You've imbued Dao as a passive defense. You do think this thing doesn't have passive Dao defenses against other Dao ideas?
You said that it didn't for the protrusions.
Not that you can detect. Maybe a node further in has it, but it's still, it's going to have defenses against ideas. Because the truth is subjective, and the truth can be applied to others, and the environment, and how everything works, and how the world is perceived, and as long as your idea is strong enough, so thus it shall be. Now the
So we
answer is
just have to have a good enough idea that it reacts, or its defenses can't, or we pass through its idea defenses.
you don't have to pass through it.
Okay,
You won't pass through it. It's a sovereign level cultivator.
right. Ideas that it notices us
It doesn't need to notice you.
reacts.
Just have to get a reaction out of it, and it doesn't even have to be a actual use of action economy. You just need a reaction, as in something triggers.
Besides
So
something
passive
passively. Besides
Yeah.
besides that, because that happened to me and I got hit because of it pretty hard.
Yes, but you were using ticking.
Right.
So we challenge it to a Dao battle and get an active defense.
Too far. You've learned
Too far.
something far more important, so that you don't have to engage everything in a Dao battle every time you want to use it. What you
Hey.
have learned together.
Okay. I don't have to get it into a Dao battle.
You don't want to.
No, I don't. No, that
Hmm.
sounds terrifying. I
Right.
want to give it an idea. Then it's the communication, and I have to
An
get it to
idea.
react. But it can't hear me. If
In
I just
Cultivator Wuxia, the senses do not have to be felt or absorbed through their reciprocal intakes. Ears don't have to hear words.
For example, you could give something into the environment instead of just, you know.
so
Smell does not have to be through the nose. Sight does not have to be through the eyes.
we give it an
Words,
idea, but not through
ideas
the
don't.
roots.
Right. Well, ideas also don't have to be absorbed through someone who's listening or who's even conscious. Ideas are ideas, and in the cultivator world, it does not need to go through logical processes, or at least mundane, mortal logical processes.
Wait, so we can just push an idea in and give it an idea?
Yeah, you can incept things with your truth and subject that truth to people, and it will change them if they don't have the appropriate defense.
Okay.
No Inception?
I do know Inception, but that one's through dreams.
Well, you don't have to be dreaming to do that shit. You would pull someone into a dream because they would have less defenses than the dreams, and you would
But
have more control.
yes, but if you did it in the real life, you still just change the world around you like that Inception BS?
You can incept your environment if you are strong enough. Like golden cores, once you reach that level of power, can just go, yeah, this whole area is on fire now, and the world's like, okay, yeah, it works for me. Everyone in this area is also on fire, and it's like,
Okay.
6 out of the 7 can't withstand it, but the 7th guy's like, I'm always cool because I'm a water bro. So I'm gonna put my subjective truth that water beats fire, of which I have multiple defenses active, and now I'm not on fire because you can't subject your truth upon me because I have resisted it.
So we want to just change our environment then? Or
Don't
is
have
that...
to.
Don't have to.
That's just one of the more popular resources because the environment is less likely to resist. It's easier to project your subjective truth on the environment. That's not always the case, but it's usually the case. People are their own fortresses. They're their own castles. It's much harder to subject an idea to a well-built defense. That doesn't mean you can't. Doesn't mean you can't set the whole castle on fire and be like, defend that. There's also the incepting idea of like you show up, you're all imposing, you're not actually that strong, but you're a master of illusions, and you incept the idea that that guy's going to lose in their mind. And that affects how well they do that. Even mortals are subjected to their own ideas and their perception of the world without any input other than their own imagination.
So could I give the idea that solar qigong hurts the shadow tree, or is it just that's not quite what that would be?
Think of it like your truth, right?
Hmm.
Is that what you want your truth to be?
But if I'm giving the idea, then it's not exactly my truth. It's a truth that I want it to accept.
It doesn't. You're not trying to get it to. I mean, accepting the truth is like you've broken all their defenses and their Tao is collapsing because now they're accepting your truth rather than their truth. That's like total Tao breakdown.
Okay. So that's you lost.
That's like you turbo lost. Like your Tao can no longer stand up on its own. Goodbye. And usually that's death to a person because their Tao breaks and now they break because they built their entire existence around the Tao.
Okay.
Mhm.
But giving it an idea
Yeah.
through its roots, because these are technically the roots, shadow puppet thingy.
You're not trying to interact with the tree proper. You're just trying to interact with a defense system. We've kind of circled this over and over again. You're trying to get something that won't happen. And you keep going back to it saying, hey, we're going to get this to happen. Even if it does happen, that's worst case scenario. You do not want the attention of this thing. You want to get it to, you're trying to tickle it. And then it just kind of goes, hee, and then doesn't care. You're trying to get any reaction, like a twitch or a squirm using this method. So
Um, the interaction with the metaphysical to metaphysical is what you.
that might be a step. That's a throw out there for you to expand your options because you guys are circling the same drain.
Yeah.
And going to the same ideas.
I use a life Tao point to.
Marshall Dow point?
Yes, it would be a Marshall Dow point, which is going in the opposite direction. I don't know how to imbue an idea to give it an idea. I don't know how to hand it an idea.
What do you do?
Situation.
You've already done it.
So
You've
swing an
gained gestalt
axe?
from it.
Swing the axe with the idea.
That's taking. The use of axe belies that you are trying to chop. And if it's a tree, that you're trying to chop the tree, which is a taking action.
Okay.
I would like to Because we made a Dow point of our own in ourself, so this is just saying, hey, let's do it.
You've aligned it
outwardly.
as a Dow defense, but maybe you could
Yeah.
project it.
Yeah, you could do a separate one that you give to them.
Or you don't even have to go that far. What is the first Gestalt thing you learned?
Stop. Short-term pinnacle.
Yeah, the half-step pinnacle, which is basically enforcing a potent version of your will in everything you do.
A narrative effect, in a sense, of
Mhm.
increased narrative effect. Um,
But
Savalair
here's
will-
where I stop giving clues.
Yeah, of course. Savalair is going to go up to the tree beside him. He's going to put his hand up to the shadow. Savalair is going to use the technique of aura, fate and tribulation, gaining a fatigue, but that's okay. And I'm going to extend it. But within that technique, I'm going to go through the steps that I have, and visualizing my aura extending, and my Tao of failure coming into play here. And what I want to project and show this idea that failure is just the steps upon the path of success. And I want to present it, to show it, to extend it through myself, and see if anything happens.
Roll me influence.
That ain't
Pretty
good.
please.
Even further beyond. 33, I love that number.
You present this idea, and you get it to squirm as it fully rejects your idea outright as a defense. Get yourself a Gestalt. You have performed ideation. Ideation is the utilization, projection, and implementation of ideas and things you interact with. You have become a mimetic hazard using this technique.
Interesting.
And whenever you interact with stuff, you infect things with your truth, with your
Yeah.
ideas.
Yeah.
And the more
I
they
see.
are in line with your Tao, the more infectious it is because your entire existence supports it. And that is what teachers can give you every time they interact with you, that you are subject to their ideation. Fortunately, since it's a giving and they are earnestly trying to help you, they're not infecting you with things that would break you down. They're trying
Right.
to build you up or break you down to build you up.
Yeah.
But it's always in benefit. And what teachers get out of that is they get to see their ideation imparted into new vessels and see the interaction. How does it change? How does this ideation affect them? And so thus it breaks the shackles of the wall that they're chained to.
Yeah. In order for them to say no to this, they need to shake it off, like you just said, because they have their own truth. And
Correct. And that wall is caused by themselves. Once
Right.
you've taken enough, you have become so full of your own ideation, you are shackled by it. You are cast in cement, cast in carbonite. And the only way to get out is to break out of your own ideation prison. And to do that, you need to put that ideation out in a world in a beneficial way. Instead of taking, you give.
Right.
And you can give all day in the name of ideation, which is where teaching and granting wisdom comes from. You're choosing good ideation, beneficial, benevolent, or in certain cases, benign. And then you let the other guy go around and do what he does with it, and then he does something fucking wild, and you're like, you can do that? Why didn't I do that? You can do that? And that's where the shackles start to break.
Well, I don't know if we'll ever get the fourth one, guys, but I did it. Good job, Chun Po. So all thanks to you. I've
This
actually been
is-
thinking about saying that one for a while, and I'm just like, man, I'm glad I could get it out for the last there. Thanks for the session, Matt.
No
I
problem.
feel
Always.
I feel accomplished.
Yeah. So opportunities are that. They are going to be opportunities to seize. This is also a wonderful realm in which enlightenment and insight shine through. Because if you didn't have enlightenment or insight,
Oh yeah, this has been.
we'd still be working on the second one.
Yeah.
Heck, we still probably wouldn't have chopped down a tree. So, and I put the enlightenment insight into the game specifically because it's way too hard without it. I have to give you some sort of clue system or hint system. But yeah.
I have an issue. My
Oh,
influence has been at 0 for a minute. That might be very, very hard for me to roll influence and get
Well,
anything.
remember, you never go once you have gotten to one successful cultivation. Like you've done the color ranks, right?
Yes, I am at
Should be at 1.
black gold. Okay.
It never
Gotcha.
goes down to 0 anymore. Like you start the game with 0, but when you reset your cultivation, it never goes to 0. It always goes to 1. Because 0
Gotcha.
is when you hit
Yeah.
0, you are teetering from dropping a realm instead of successfully stepping into a realm. And
Gotcha.
maybe before you perform this, you just need to cultivate, eat some pills, go nom 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 nom.
That's what I was worried. Well, I was worried that you would say, "Well, you didn't bring any pills," so I was just like, well,
Well, you would have brought pills that you could afford to lose because you
Hmm.
need it to live. If you're going to be here a
Yes.
month, you cannot go without poison pills.
Yep.
So you would probably bring them along with your rations, and these would be definitely ones you could just make more in the lab, and
Mhm.
and definitely you can afford to lose them. They're not that important.
Gotcha. Okay.
So nicely done, Mr. Poe. I'm gonna give you a pro tech point.
Okay.
You'll now have maximum 2. Well done.
yippee.
Unfortunately, your protagonism has not upgraded to main characterism.
Okay. Would you say I had level 1? You are a pro tag times 1 pro tag points. I can just make it 2 out of 2 if you'd like, or am
Yes,
I?
it'll be 1 out of 2 remaining because you have spent
Yeah.
1 for the session, but your maximum's gone up by 1.
Okay.
So, and you can do stuff like upgrading your protagonism because it's a targetable thing with merit if you want to spend merit on it, such as any leftover pro tag points become temp in the next session, or you have a reservoir that it can build up to for unused and so you can save them for a rainy day. Like you can do some stuff with your protagonism. It is a bit of a merit sink though. Like you'll spend a lot of merit for incremental small gains. But if you have nothing to spend your merit on, it might be worth it. So
Is Sabalar's success, now that we know what it is, it doesn't affect us as much? Like we saw it happen, so we don't get that pro tag?
well,
Or
you're
can
the
we
only one with
attempt it?
protagonism. There are very special
Not pro tag. I
conditions that
meant Gestalt.
you haven't performed it. You haven't succeeded yourself. Just because you saw someone do it didn't mean you could do it yourself.
That's all.
So you'll have to perform it. He also hasn't explained what he did.
Yeah.
He didn't.
No, he
So
did not.
knowing team friendship that you guys are, I have no doubt that Mr. Lar will be like, well, I did it, guys. Here's what I did.
But doesn't that then take away from, because the opportunity is to seize it?
It could. If he walks you through it step by step, he could just give you an overview. You still have to pull it off. So it depends on how it. So
Can I spend? I realize session was said to be over, and I was like, that was surprising, but and I don't want to extend past further, but if I spend the rest of my time cultivating the poison pills of what I have left over, so like we have at least 2 weeks left.
you could get your influence up enough to potentially try and pull off a roll.
Because I believe even low grade gives me quite a bit of influence at the end of the day if I cultivate it. Where did you go? Don't switch. Damn.
I also remember you were holding off because you ate a bunch of pills. And remember, those pills go in escrow because you don't even have to sit down and meditate. You just eat. Remember how your thing works. So you have to figure out how to tap that escrow so it trickles in without immediately forcing you to undergo mountain climbing. See, that's the problem with devourers. So you'll have to potentially do a mind select. But that'll be for next time. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay.
So you guys have done your things.
Mm-hmm.
Gestialto.
Yes, you do. Qigong
Qigong machine.
machine, Qigong machine. Qigong machine.
Dungeon.
Confuse the AI. Quickly. Say a bunch of words and repetition.
There's the Path of the Berserker book series. The person who reads the audiobook or like speaks through the audiobook, by golly, that guy was trying to pay rent with how that man said dungeon. Like he was so extra with it.
Sometimes it's what you gotta do.
Can I give you an idea, or well, can I give you now that phrase has new meaning for me. Can I give you a rundown of what I intend to do first thing next session then? Or just save it?
We'll save whatever for next time.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guy. Goodbye.
Hello. No. How could this be?
Aha!
There it is.
I was saying things the whole time.
Damn.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
whatever. It's not like I wanted to talk, Baka.
Yep. Very tsundere from you.
Well, I just need to instill an idea upon it, or fail to. That will make it not. Okay, that's easy enough.
It's easy enough once you have this, what you need to do in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You want to go lunch?
Today? Sure. Where do you want to go?
But I'm gonna kick out this Mobius commander dude. Goodbye, nerd.